Chapter 1373. To be honest, even before they arrived on planet Pyrolite, Yun Nuoshing had been paying attention to the 3 satellites that were orbiting in a triangular formation. Speaking of which, all the satellites in this solar system were orbiting in a triangular formation. He did not know if it was intentional or not. Judging from the traces left behind, the 3 satellites were probably where the 6 fleets were stored. In other words, it was equivalent to a large shipyard. There might be other things, but he did not want to delve into them, one by one. What he wanted to say was that the place was probably an important military base for someone else. Even if they were special guests, they should not be able to visit it directly. Therefore, when he saw Xing, he excitedly take them to a small fishing boat and fly towards one of the satellites. Yun Nuoshing was a little confused. But he was only confused for a moment before Xing. He said something that dispelled his doubts. Look at this one. The satellite in front of you is where the 6 fleets are docked. The entire satellite is used to dock ships. Its surface area is only 3/4 of the size of planet Pyrolite, but because it has a way to spread space, you will only see it when you enter it. As for the other 2 satellites, they are a little confidential. Oh, I understand. You don't have to say anything. Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded to express his understanding. The doubts in his heart gradually disappeared. It seemed that this handsome hooligan was not stupid. He still knew where outsiders were not allowed to enter. In other words, there was nothing to hide in the place where the ships were docked. After a short distance teleportation in space, when the scenery in front of them returned to normal, they saw a port full of huge ships. However, there was not a single drop of water in this place. Oh, I forgot to mention. These 3 satellites were all man-made. There was no ocean on them. They were all simple and uniform, made of steel, just like the buildings on the surface of planet Pyrolite. They did not care about beauty or comfort. They were simple and only used what was needed in the military base. Although they were very simple and economical, they occasionally looked a little too cold and did not have a hint of humanity. The port only had iron box-like buildings made of steel. There were also larger buildings that had undergone space expansion, but the tallest one was just 20 meters. The fleets that he mentioned were placed in those long and large metal buildings. There were not many people guarding nearby, but Yun Nuoshing could feel dozens of consciousnesses and energy similar to psychic energy sweeping across the space to monitor. She was also curious about the 2 unfamiliar faces that the captain of the number 6 fleet had brought with him. She could not help but pay more attention to them, and then diverted her attention at the right time. Yun Nuoshing thought that she would be able to see the captain of the planet Pyrolite fleet as soon as she arrived, but he only left Yun Nuoshing and the others in a room that looked similar to the one they had just stayed in. Then he hurriedly ran out. Before he left, he said in a hurry, "When I came here, I found something wrong. A lot of ships are missing. Maybe they went out, but I did not receive any orders to attack. Anyway, I'm very sorry. Wait for me here. I'll go check on the situation first. I'll be right back. Come. Boom." He left a trail of echoes that echoed in the cold and empty corridors and rooms. His hurried footsteps even made a heavy clanging sound on the steel floor. Although the floor was also made of metal, it was not so easy to make noise. Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji did not even make a sound when they walked past. Otherwise, staying in this place all day long would make them mentally weak sooner or later. It's so troublesome to deal with outsiders. You have to wait for a long time just to meet someone. Jing Yuanji sat down on a cold bench. She twisted a few times in discomfort, but it was still bearable. After all, they are other life forms from another world. We have to abide by their rules, unless we come here as kings. Yun Nuoshing smiled and looked outside through the glass wall. Also, I can feel some commotion in this camp. What's going on? Well, it's hard to say. There are many waves of detection here. Even these monitoring units are a little alert and vigilant. I better not use my soul detection so casually. It's not good if I accidentally touch something. Although, logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can sense what I'm detecting. Air, why are you looking at me like that? Jing Yuanji stared at him with a smile. He scratched his head a little awkwardly. The little angel suddenly instigated in his soul. Take a look, take a look. It's boring to wait anyway. Don't you think it's boring to wait for a long time? Ahem, this is someone else's military-restricted area. Although it's just a docking station, and not the other two satellites, it's still... Hey, when we were on planet Pyrolite just now, we've already scanned this place inside and out. We've seen everything that we shouldn't see. Why are you still complaining? The little angel curled her lips. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a few seconds. He thought for a while, since he had nothing to do anyway, and he didn't know what Xing he was going to confirm or do. He sat down and activated soul sharing. He then merged his soul power into the void and quietly spread it out. This time, it was the three of them using his soul vision to observe the situation of the satellite. Oh, this place is more like a port city than a dock. There's actually a city here. It's much smaller than the core city on planet Pyrolite, and it's not as lively. This time, he used his soul power to scan the area more carefully. There was a city that looked like a small town about 100 miles away. It wasn't very prosperous, but it wasn't very lively either. It could only be said that the existence of the small town added some liveliness to the satellite. It was no longer lifeless. Although the buildings, they were also made of some kind of metal and were still as rigid as ever. At least the format of the buildings had changed a little. On this moon, there were even more humans and other races, including the humans on planet Pyrolite. About 80% of the population was humans, but on this moon, less than 50% of the population was humans. The other half was a combination of about 20 different races, but they were all perfectly humanoid. At first glance, no one would mistake them for a different race. Also, they all spoke the common language of all races. It seemed that even this strange world was not an exception. But then again, even the people in the underworld, as well as the rebellious creatures from the perspective of order, all spoke the same language. It was truly amazing that the heavenly gods at the end of the Age of Gods had come up with such a convenient language at the end of the Age of Gods, which saved them the trouble of not being able to speak the same language. But then again, even the people in the underworld, as well as the rebellious creatures from the perspective of order, spoke the same language. It was truly amazing that the heavenly gods at the end of the Age of Gods had come up with such a convenient language at the end of the Age of Gods. Jing Yuanji quietly looked at these images without saying a word. It was only when her soul view changed to another angle that she suddenly said, "The style of these buildings is somewhat similar to the style of the other primordial realms. They are simple and unadorned metal houses." She couldn't remember where it was from, but it wasn't particularly important either. She shook her head and said, "But it's not important. Lord Maple, you don't have to worry about it. Compared to the houses, I'm more concerned about the various races here. No matter how many races there were, they were all in human form, probably because this form was convenient. As for their true form, to put it bluntly, they had the body shape of a human and the body shape of a human with some extra organs. To be more specific, they had horns, tails, and wings. TSK, he still couldn't forget what Nightmare had said back then. Anyway, in general, whether it was on planet Pyrolite or on this satellite, there were many other races apart from the human race. There were also many human branches on the satellite, probably because they were gifted with various special abilities and their physical fitness was better. Most of them were combatants. When Yun Nuoshing walked past a line downstairs, she found that there was only one human in it, and he was surrounded in the center. She didn't know if the young man knew about it or not. Speaking of which, Yun Nuoshing suddenly remembered that Xing, he was sizing him up, was that middle-aged ruffian trying to determine if he was a human? Speaking of which, were there any energy life forms in this world? Most life forms weren't born in these places. Judging from the spatial traces on their bodies, they first drifted here from other places. Most of the life forms on planet Pyrolite came from different galaxies. Only the spatial traces on their bodies tell me this. Jing Yuanji said softly, "Lord Maple, this world is a little unbelievable." "Is it? I think it's okay. I've seen more than one or two worlds like this." Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. Wasn't it just a bunch of life forms from all over the world gathered here? A portion of the life forms in the God realm came from all over the void. Those life forms from different worlds, different galaxies, different systems, and different rules flowed into the sea like streams of tributaries, causing a lot of trouble there, causing him to have a headache. Jing Yuanji shook her head. "That's not the reason. I can directly see the spatial information entangled in every life form, just like you, Lord Feng. There's a sturdy string on your body that connects to the realm of the gods, which is the origin of every life form. However, the string that connects to the origin of these life forms is only a small number of them that are connected to this very moment. Most of them are in an abnormal situation. They have two strings that connect to their origin. One is outside the void, and the other is on the other side of the starry sky." Hearing this, the little angel said, "The void? They came from the outside. Then what's with the other thread? Are they all drifters? The kind that runs all over the world? A world full of drifters?" Jing Yuanji shook her head. There should only be one piece of information about the spatial entanglement of the birthplace. It is a mark on the level of causality, and logically there should not be two. For example, I was born in the realm of the gods, and even if I was moved to another place at the moment of my birth and lived there for several eras, it does not change the fact that I was born in the realm of the gods. It's possible to change the laws. That is, things that stand on the level of causality can be changed. Since the laws can be described and manifested, they can be changed, Yun Nuoshing said calmly. Jing Yuanji was stunned. Her jade-like fingers touched her sparkling chin and thought for a while. She smiled bitterly and stroked the hair beside her ear. She nodded. "Yes, there is such a possibility. That's why there are two situations." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "Then the question is, who would be so bored to do such a thing?" Both the little angel and Jing Yuanji thought in silence. Since they knew that this thing had been changed, to put it bluntly, someone was doing this behind the scenes. Then who, why, and for what purpose? Can you see where the void comes from? The little angel suddenly asked Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji shook her head. "There is a powerful shielding force in this void. I can only see that the threads are connected to the void, but I can't see where they are connected to. Where are they going? Is it very uniform or—" Jing Yuanji understood what it meant. A light blue color flashed across her eyes. After looking for a moment, she replied, "There are many. They come from many places, from many different worlds. Moreover, the more powerful the life, the more likely its origin is from the outside, right? Did it also have two lines? There are also many life forms in the celestial realm in this camp. Take a look and follow those threads to see if you can find the end." Yun Nuoshing suddenly said. Jing Yuanji responded and closed her eyes. Her consciousness followed her target and spread out. After about 10 minutes of silence, she opened her eyes and nodded at Yun Nuoshing. "Well, as you said, 90%, No, 100% of the life forms in the celestial realm all have two threads, and one of them must be pointing to the outside world. Then, the weaker and younger ones mostly originate from the local area, right? Yes. Jing Yuanji was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she thought of something. You think that the life forms in the celestial realm in this world all come from the outside world. It's not just the life forms in the celestial realm. There are many, many more life forms. I let you look at the celestial realm because those have lived long enough and have enough information. Yun Nuoxing grimaced. But as you said, well, if you didn't mention the origin, I really wouldn't have noticed these. After all, Xing, he didn't say anything about it. Jing Yuanji smiled. It's my honor to be able to help you. Don't talk about honor or not. Be more natural. There's no one around. Yun Nuoxing reached out and patted Jing Yuanji's head. Then he turned around and did not see Jing Yuanji's pretty face blushing because of his casual reminder. As for the things in this world, well, although I don't know everything, at least I can guess a lot of things. Warped race, warped race. This world is filled with their energy traces. If this matter has nothing to do with them, Yun Nuo planet will swallow this world alive. This was something that both the little angel and Jing Yuanji could guess. Or rather, when they knew about the existence of twisted energy in this world, they directly believed that this lousy world was absolutely inseparable from the twisted race. Now, they were just guessing what the relationship was, whether it was urgent and what to solve, how to solve it, and whether it was troublesome. Yun Nuoxing grimaced once again. TSK. It sounded troublesome. In any case, when the distorted races, a huge scourge that was spreading throughout the Order faction's void, appeared once again, he didn't think that he would be able to pass this trip peacefully. By the way, take a look at the core of the ships made of twisted energy. Can you find the origin of the energy? Yun Nuoxing suddenly saw the large and small ships docked in the port and quickly asked Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji glanced at it, then shook her head in frustration. No, the twisted energy also has serious interference. Their karma lines are all mixed up. Perhaps for them, there is no form or trace of karma at all. A natural layer of protection. TSK, how troublesome. Yun Nuoxing sighed in distress. If he came, there might be a little success rate in forcibly separating the karma problems. However, that would cause a huge commotion. It was better not to make such a big commotion in someone else's house. If someone thought that he came to demolish the house and hit him with 2 energy torrents, it would be difficult to clean up. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to take the 2 girls to see the situation on the other 2 satellites, there was a tremor not far away. Yun Nuoxing quickly withdrew the soul resonance and let that part of the soul's power dissipate into the void. Then he sat up straight, without needing to pose. The door of the room was pushed open with a bang, hitting the wall and causing a huge commotion. What's wrong? What's the matter? Yun Nuoxing asked doubtfully when he saw Xinghe rushing in, panting. Needless to say, something must have happened again. When he arrived, he already felt that the atmosphere in the camp was not right. At this moment, after he rushed in, Yun Nuoxing could even feel that there was some movement in the camp slowly. It seemed to be the preparation for the mobilization of the combat personnel. Friend, I'm sorry. The things that were scheduled have been canceled again. Xinghe panted, his face full of distress and irritation. He had been given 2 urgent orders in one day. No matter how good his temper was, he could not help but be a little irritable at this moment. Sit down first. Take your time. Yun Nuoxing pressed the handsome middle-aged ruffian into a chair and said softly. After half a minute, Xinghe calmed down his irritable mood. His face was full of sadness, and he sighed, as if lamenting his ordinary life. Every day, other than being busy. He was busy with sudden attacks. When he looked in the mirror, he found that his white hair had grown a lot longer recently, and his skin was wrinkled. Friend, do you remember what I told you just now? About the blood nebula? Xinghe's face was full of sadness. The one who brought his family to blow up the stars. Yun Nuoxing nodded and replied concisely. Well, I received the news half an hour ago. This time, they really brought their family here. The immensity ocean barrier of the Third Fleet was destroyed by the 12 suns that came charging at them. Now, all the members of the Third Fleet are fighting to the death. In addition, the Second and Fourth Fleet have already set off. The senior who just returned is also making emergency preparations, preparing to bring the First Fleet out. Well, this time, they came for revenge. They had just wiped out one of their fleets. And this time, a big group came. If there were no accidents, it would be the Blood Cloud Fleet that came in person, and judging from their tone, it might be more than that. However, Yun Nuoxing looked at Xing. He suspiciously. Don't tell me it's still the same place as before. Xinghe laughed dryly and nodded. This made him even more curious. What exactly is at your border? First, there was a fleet that came to explore, and this time there was an army directly at the border? A little. Xinghe smiled bitterly. He wanted to say it casually, but that was definitely not possible. This time, they were here to ask for help, and it would be annoying to be secretive. Well, do you still remember what I said? There is a special planet that is being targeted, and they are here for that planet. It is full of materials used to make the energy core of a ship. Because of its shocking mass, it is very difficult to move it away, and it will also have some negative effects on the surrounding space. So we have been leaving it there. So we just left it there. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other and applauded in their hearts. This was really, they were just talking about where the energy cores of the ships came from, and now they had found one. And according to the negative effects that he mentioned, there was most likely a considerable amount of distorting energy there. Because there was enough of it, it caused a little distortion in the space. Ahem. No matter how much he applauded in his heart, he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. In fact, he had already guessed why this middle-aged, handsome man came to him. So, you came to find us because you want to give us a ride to the rescue, right? He had a good impression of this careless and somewhat rash, handsome ruffian, and now he had a reason to act. More importantly, even if the Blood Nebula was the strongest force in the universe, it was just a matter of snapping his fingers for him. Well, I know this request is a little too much. It is not worth it for you to give us a ride. After all, you are not from planet Pyrolite. Xinghe scratched his head anxiously. After a while, he looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others and put his hands together. We can't beat those guys. This is a fact. I want to ask you for a favor. If you have any requests after this, Planet Pyrolite can promise you. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Are these your original words? Well, this is what the senior told me. I told the senior about your matter, and he said this to me. He also promised that the monarch would not have any objections. Xing, he was silent for a while. Suddenly, he covered his face. Because the monarch is at the front line, he just went there. Yun Nuoxing and the others. Chapter 1374. How should he put it? It seemed like no matter where he went, there would always be a noisy scene. He had only been in this world for 2 hours, yet he had already fought a battle before he could even sit down properly. When he was done, he had just returned to his steel chair and leaned against it. He hadn't even warmed up his chair when the unlucky boarder sent out a second emergency report. The entire Sixth Fleet was not yet fully prepared, and they only had 2/3 of their peak combat strength left. They were forced to reinforce the border, and this time They took away almost all of Planet Pyrolight's forces. Only the 3rd and 5th fleets were left to guard the other side of the border. Their rear defenses were empty, and Yun Nuo was truly worried that this unlucky Planet Pyrolite would be raided during the chaos. The strange thing was that the Blood Nebula had not been looking for trouble with Planet Pyrolite for a long time. Since they roamed the universe with their families, they actually had a lot more resources than Planet Pyrolite. Logically speaking, if they wanted to go, they would go to some of the more wealthy places to rob money and territory. After all, there was more than one planet that was dedicated to producing energy cores for battleships. Of course, he also said that the entire planet was made of materials, and there were probably not many of them in this part of the universe. Perhaps that was why they were being targeted. Speaking of which, could it be that Planet Pyrolite had started to become unlucky because of his arrival? How much combat power did the Blood Nebula send? Jing Yuanji glanced at Lord Feng, who kept his head down, and muttered, "I'm not a pushover. I'm not a pushover." Then she turned her gaze to Xing He, who was standing not far away, and asked, "Probably twice or thrice as many as we have gathered there, and are heading there." Xing He smiled bitterly. There was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Otherwise, he would not have asked Yun Nuoxing for help. He took a deep breath and clenched his hand on the edge of the ship. This time, the teleportation distance is much shorter. In about 2 minutes, we will be directly teleported to the battlefield. They are already deep enough. If the defense line retreats 1 or 2 more times, they will probably be able to escape with the planet. The Blood Cloud fleet will be dealt with by the Sovereign and the seniors. What we have to deal with is the fleet that is fighting on the flanks. They are also a fleet that is suitable for high-speed combat, like the 6th Fleet. The energy that Yun Jun unleashed last time is probably very difficult to deal with fast-moving targets, right? That's just one of the moves that I'm used to. High speed or not, no matter how fast those guys are, they're just a clumsy big block to me. If they're 3 times bigger than me, they're just targets that I can hit. There's no difference. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand indifferently. All right. Then the battlefield here should be easily resolved. What I'm really worried about is the Sovereign." Xing He grinned and shrugged. The difference in numbers is too great. The disparity in combat power is too great. Are you worried that we will be defeated? Jing Yuanji asked. It would be better if that was all. There is a special team in the Blood Nebula fleet. It is said that they can behead the Sovereign in the most chaotic battlefield. This is the first time we have engaged in such a large-scale battle with the Blood Nebula head-on. In the past, it was just a patrol team bumping into another patrol team. Now, the middle-aged ruffian let out a long sigh. There was an unconcealable sadness on his charming face. A moment later, he shook his head and quickly ordered the fleet to speed up. "It is useless to think so much now. Let's... boom. Before he could finish, there was a sudden violent tremor. The entire azure dimensional passage flickered like a candle flame in the wind. Well, we are not there yet. The enemy is already here to welcome us. He was slightly taken aback. The sudden attack was unexpected. It seemed that they were about to be dragged out of the spatial tunnel. However, he did not panic. He had already been through hundreds of battles. This kind of sudden situation could not cause him to panic. The immensity barrier will maintain half of its energy. The energy-gathering crystal will maintain 1/5 of its original strength, increase the speed of energy emission, and increase the frequency. The enemy is as troublesome as a fly. They do not carry any powerful force that can defeat us in one blow. We have to suppress them in speed, which is what we are good at. Sorry, I have to go back to command the battle. Xinghe hurriedly finished his sentence and suddenly threw down 2 tokens, which seemed to be the insignia of planet Pyrolite. These insignia can protect you from being attacked by the forces of planet Pyrolite. If you make any moves, we will be the first to know. I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he quickly ran back to the command room. Yun Nuoxing noticed that the ships around them had slowed down. They were waiting for the dimensional passage to collapse on its own. The immensity barrier that caught his attention had been raised. Many combatants rushed into the sky and stood within the barrier. They stared at the fading dimensional passage with fierce eyes, waiting for the enemy to come out so that they could unleash a storm of attacks. After waiting for a while, Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji also slowly walked to the other side of the ship. They watched as the dimensional passage became fainter and fainter, replaced by a starry sky that was rapidly receding from their sight. Yun Nuoxing counted down to 5 seconds in his mind before the dimensional passage completely disappeared and the fleet had not yet come to a stop. A wave of energy poured in from countless angles. He could see a large group of smaller ships that were several times larger than the fishing boats on planet Pyrolite charging at the fleet that was wrapped in a turtle shell. Not a single ship could stay in sight for more than 2 seconds. They were really flying around like flies and would suddenly appear in front of the enemy while flying. It was as if their purpose was not to kill the enemy, but to disgust them. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, the Sixth Fleet also bared their fangs and began to counterattack. This fleet was also good at speed, so it was common to see a large group of flies flying around each other on the battlefield. The experts of each fleet were also elusive, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Occasionally, they could feel a few violent bursts of energy. When they reappeared in front of everyone, one had a bloody nose, one had a swollen face, and the other was vomiting blood. They were already done fighting. It's so messy. This was Jing Yuanji's first impression when she saw the fighting style of this world. The whole scene was a mess. They had good eyesight, so no matter how fast things were, they looked like they were moving in slow motion to them. However, if they hid their energy, they could only see small things flying around in the sky. They couldn't see anything clearly at all. Lord Feng, should we attack directly? Jing Yuanji tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, intending to ask if there was a possible way to fight. It's troublesome to have so many flies all over the sky. Moreover, the Blood Nebula and planet Pyrolite have completely mixed together. It's impossible to tell which side is which. It's not like everyone has an energy identification formation like ours. I'm also worried about accidentally injuring them. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the battlefield that was already tangled up, spread his hands, and sighed. Seeing that he seemed to have a plan, Jing Yuanji couldn't help but chuckle. Then what do you plan to do? For the time being, we're here to rescue them. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment, then grinned. There's no rule that says that fighters can't be support, right? So, flies, stop right there. Yun Nuoxing shouted and stomped hard on the ship. The entire ship shook with a rumble, and a hole appeared on the deck. Yun Nuoxing looked down, then looked up and saw Jing Yuanji tilting her head, pretending not to see anything. He blushed and quickly raised his right hand. Domain of silence. Invisible energy waves burst out from his body in an instant, covering the area within a radius of a few light years at a speed far faster than light. When the invisible waves swept past, both parties were shocked. What happened next shocked them even more. Everyone in the Blood Nebula stood still as if they were having convulsions. There was an even more powerful, while suppressing their energy, including the fleets of the Blood Nebula. They were frozen on the spot as if they had lost their minds. The people on planet Pyrolite were still in the midst of a high-speed chess game. When they saw that the enemy had suddenly stopped for some unknown reason, they were stunned at first. Then, they quickly launched a violent attack, taking advantage of the fact that they couldn't move. In just 1 minute, the Blood Nebula's fleet that came to intercept them shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was unknown whether the Blood Nebula's fleet had been beaten into a daze, or they really couldn't move in this shrinking domain of silence. Anyway, they could only watch as their ships were reduced one by one, and their crew members were reduced one by one. Master Feng, didn't you say that there was no way to identify the energy? Jing Yuanji asked curiously as she turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing still raising his right hand. She thought that Master Feng meant for both sides to stop, and then let her destroy them one by one. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pointed at his right hand with his chin. She looked up and suddenly understood. He was holding the token insignia that Xing he had just given him. He had used the energy to identify them, so they could accurately not affect the people on planet Pyrolite. They can identify us, so I can naturally identify them. Well, if I didn't have this thing, it would be a little more troublesome. But that's all I can do. If I use destructive attacks, this level of energy identification won't be able to accurately control everyone on planet Pyrolite. Just as Jing Yuanji was listening to Yun Nuoxing with admiration, suddenly, well, this sudden change should have been expected. Not only the two of them, but even Xing, he was also on guard at the beginning. Perhaps it was because he saw that the enemy would be wiped out very quickly that an accident suddenly occurred. Just as the two of them were talking and Xing, he was leisurely commanding the battle on the other side. An extremely dazzling and powerful energy light suddenly illuminated the entire fleet. It was so bright that it was as if a sun had exploded out of thin air. Everything in sight was filled with the dazzling light, and accompanying the light was an abnormal energy. The white light caused everyone to react almost instantly. Xingyi's face turned pale, and he hurriedly increased the defensive power of the immensity barrier. But it was too late. A similar sense of danger rose in everyone's hearts. Yun Nuoxing also noticed the light of the new energy star and reacted immediately. However, in that short moment, he did not have time to replace the domain of silence with any defensive barrier. Then, he saw the beautiful light blue figure in front of him flash and disappear. Following that, the surrounding space suddenly condensed into 6 huge light blue spatial mirrors. Bang! A violent sound that contained the laws of nature exploded with energy that was enough to shake the entire starry sky. The violent energy swept through this space for a full 16 seconds, and then dissipated in an instant. The 6th Fleet, which should have evaporated into thin air, was now looking at the space in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Everyone was stunned. The people on planet Pyrolite were stunned because they found it strange that they were still alive, and so were the people on the Blood Nebula. However, they were stunned because they did not know why the former and the others were still alive. Yun Nuoxing, who was standing on the ship, whistled and unhurriedly changed the domain of silence back to the domain of silence. Sure, it's really a star explosion. A sun just exploded less than 100 million miles away from us, and it was an explosion that locked down the space with only one vent. Thank you for saving Yinjun. I just let my guard down a little. I thought that the Blood Nebula fleet would not have the time to look over here, but it seems that I underestimated the situation over there. The enemy obviously has the strength to support us from a distance. Xingyi's somewhat embarrassed voice came from the communication golden stone. My girl saved you. If you want to thank her, thank her. I didn't react in time either. Yun Nuoxing looked at Jing Yuanji, who was hanging not far above the ship. Seeing that she was fine, he lowered his head. However, before he lowered his head, he seemed to have noticed that Jing Yuanji's ears were red. So, we just took a direct hit from the new energy star. Hiss, pay attention to your defenses. It's coming again. Bang! As soon as Yun Nuoxing's voice trailed off, he hurriedly adjusted the immensity barrier. Just as they were in a hurry to deal with it, an even more intense energy light suddenly burst out from the front. A shockingly vast and pure energy that was so compressed that it seemed as if it could split heaven and earth descended from above the entire fleet. It was like the light of creation, and then swept across the entire Sixth Fleet. This time, he had the time to see it clearly. However, he only saw the moment before the energy burst out. The process was like squeezing an energy ball from the size of a planet to the size of a fist, and then throwing it in one direction. That was roughly how it looked, but there was also a huge amount of distorted energy mixed in. They must have secretly studied that energy. Otherwise, how could they squeeze such a huge amount of distorted energy into a pure energy star? Huff, huff. It's too difficult to pretend that my power isn't too exaggerated. I have to frantically suppress my own energy output and protect the fleet at the same time. Jing Yuanji landed beside him, panting. Although 2 suns had exploded in the Blood Nebula, that level of attack could only deal with some high-tier celestial gods. If it wasn't for the distorted energy, even high-tier celestial gods could not be killed, let alone the 2 of them. However, it was more than enough to deal with the combatants on planet Pyrolite. Full speed ahead. Ignore those fleeing remnants. Maintain the immensity barrier at full energy defense, and be on guard against enemy ambushes. He was about to give the order to encircle and annihilate the remnants of the Blood Nebula after seeing that they were still unscathed after taking 2 energy novas head-on. However, their stiff movements suddenly became lively as they fled in one direction. After thinking for a while, he decided not to pursue them. He would first regroup with the Sovereign and the others at the front line. Most importantly, he wanted to bring the 2 green chickens who had given him a boost of confidence. It's not completely useless. By destroying 2 suns, the distortion energy has distorted the control of the silent domain, rendering it ineffective. If I don't use the divine right, I won't be able to hold those guys back. If I use it, I don't know what the consequences will be. If it's an unintentional move, then so be it. But if the other side has thought it through, then it's going to be interesting. Yun Nuoxing looked at the fleeing fleet of the Blood Nebula and slowly retracted the silent domain. Jing Yuanji thought for a moment. Lord Feng, you've already fought them last time. Could it be that they're wary of you? That means you agree with the latter idea, right? Someone on the other side knows that there's a near upper limit of combat power here, so they blew up 2 suns to protect the rest of the fleet. Well, it's not bad to think of things in a bad way. We just have to deal with a worse situation. Jing Yuanji nodded with a smile. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her. He thought so too. However, the Blood Nebula really went all out. The entire battle lasted less than 7 minutes. From the moment the Blood Nebula was restrained by the silent domain to the moment they collapsed, only 1 or 2 minutes had passed. The other side did not hesitate to blow up 2 suns. They were terrifyingly decisive. No wonder they could become the most powerful faction in the universe. The Blood Nebula. I wonder if the distorted races will show up. Judging from the distorted energy in the energy blast just now, it doesn't look like something normal people can do. Jing Yuanji frowned. It doesn't look like it. If the distorted races were to show up, they could just send an Empyrean god of origin to sweep across the entire universe and take over the rule of this world. There's no need for them to sneak into a faction like this. Just for fun? That seems to be the case. Before they could come up with a vague idea, a huge energy reaction suddenly came from the front. The two of them turned their heads and looked at the front more than 1 billion kilometers away. There, hiss, there were a bunch of huge suns hanging there, and all of them had a distorted red center. Those were the suns that had been injected with distorted energy. There were 11 of them. If all of them were to smash down on the planet Pyrolite fleet, even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. Lorjan, we've entered the range of direct contact. Please be careful. After going a little further, they could see the two sides fighting each other. Xing, his voice came from the communication golden stone. Yun Nuoxing responded casually. They were already very close, perhaps only 1 million kilometers away. They could directly see the scene of energy bursting out all over the starry sky. They could see the dark red fleet blotting out the sky, and the silver fleet in front of them, which was obviously much smaller. Moreover, they seemed to be more formal. Compared to the ships of the 6th Fleet, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Fleets looked more luxurious and mighty. They all had the emblem of planet Pyrolite engraved on them. As for the types of ships, they were more or less the same. There were bigger fishing ships with high agility and high attack power. There were also the big ships like the one he was standing on. There was also a unique silver-gray ship that was pieced together by 2 big ships, one on the left and one on the right. There was a huge red crystal hanging in the middle of the 2 ships, which was the same as the energy core of the other ships. Although there were no special markings on the ship, even a fool could understand that the one and only ship must be different. Then, there must be something wrong with it. It couldn't be that the monarch of planet Pyrolite was on that ship, could it? If it was up to him, an important person would definitely be on a ship that looked exactly the same, but had a completely different interior. If the ship didn't stick out like that, it would be obvious that the others had to focus their firepower on it. Xing, he suddenly said, Yun Chun, look at that specially made ship. The monarch is on it. Yun Nuoxing face-bombed. Well, he didn't know if it was because his view was different from others. Hiss, he felt a little tired. After returning to the fleet without any surprises or dangers, Yun Nuoxing shifted his gaze away from the specially made ship that was more than twice their size. He turned to look at the front. Only 200,000 kilometers away from them, there were 2 extra large dark red ships that outnumbered them. They had fierce firepower and could withstand a beating. There were about 60,000 ships, and it looked as if they had turned out in full force. There were also 11 huge suns hanging beside them. The battle line stretched out for almost 1 million kilometers, and the flames of war burned across the starry sky. If we fight them one by one, I'll be tired. Yun Nuoxing looked at the Blood Nebula fleet in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Chapter 1375. The dazzling light of the sun shone on the dazzling and noisy battlefield. Its huge trembling body was a little fragmented under the influence of the distorted energy in the center. Looking down at the battlefield, one would think that these 2 groups of guys were fighting fiercely under the sun. Because the distance was so close, one would feel dizzy as if they were about to touch the huge sun if they stretched out their hand. A distance of only 200,000 miles was not very far. Fortunately, the 11 suns were not those huge, irritable giants in the starry sky. Otherwise, just by standing here and looking ahead, one would only see a world of fire, dazzling light, and huge tongues of fire bursting out for thousands of miles. But the feeling now was actually similar. Facing the light from the huge sun 200,000 miles away, if one did not treat their eyes, this place would really be drowned in the light. No one knew what the people of the Blood Nebula were thinking. Dragging such a huge thing into someone else's territory to fight, they did not feel tired at all. Boom! The huge sound of energy destruction spread across the starry sky with a force that shook the rules. This huge battlefield that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles was bursting with powerful energy all the time. Some areas exploded into bright white balls of light that expanded without limit. In the end, they could only retreat from the area and wait for the violent energy to subside. Just as Yun Nuoshing and the others were watching the battle in a daze, they did not know how much energy had been extinguished on the battlefield. It was as if the energy had been poured into a bottomless pit. The ships and many powerful people from both sides fell into the pit together. Although the battle looked fierce and a little tragic, both sides were vigilant. Therefore, there was no real desperate scene. The battle was still going on peacefully. It was just a matter of who could hold it in until the end. Planet Pyrolite is guarding against the 11 suns. Then, what is the Blood Nebula guarding against? Yun Nuoshing's eyes swept across the 11 suns. Maybe Planet Pyrolite also has an attack of that level? Jing Yuanji shrugged. We don't have enough information, and we are not familiar with Planet Pyrolite. But this is the only way we can think. If Planet Pyrolite does not have a backup plan, the Blood Nebula can just smash the 11 suns down. According to Xing He, the Blood Nebula does not seem to lack such resources. They are also used to using this method. Lord Feng, when are we going? Yun Nuoshing glanced around the battlefield aimlessly, trying to find a breakthrough that would save him the most energy and had the greatest effect. It would be best if he could defeat his opponent with one strike. However, he had been looking around for a long time and still could not find the place. While he was looking for it, the Blood Nebula had been attacking for half an hour. The Immensity Sea Barrier, which made him feel a little emotional, had to use the energy it had absorbed to resist the attacks that were almost beyond its limit again and again. Ripples had appeared on the barrier, and its defensive power had decreased a little. All right, if we don't fight now, we'll have no choice but to run away with the scrap metal of Planet Pyrolite. There was a clear gap between the combat power of Planet Pyrolite and the Blood Nebula. After half an hour of fighting, it could be seen that Planet Pyrolite was at an absolute disadvantage. The battle line that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles was pressing towards them. Yun Nuoshing immediately raised his hand. This time, he did not rush out of the ship. He stood on the deck and prepared to attack. Destroy that energy barrier and destroy most of them. That should be enough, right? Of course, he had to fight, but he really did not have the energy to do so. He was at the peak of reciprocity and had touched the peak of reciprocity at the primeval stage. Was it not bullying if he was asked to kill a bunch of celestial gods? However, if he did not get the energy to do so, Planet Pyrolite would be wiped out by a wave of attacks. Yun Nuoshing had probably used the energy he had just reached reciprocity. He was trying to compress the energy crazily to make it change. However, this was a headache, especially for him. Just as he was about to unleash his energy to deal a heavy blow to his opponent, the Blood Nebula suddenly did something strange. The ships and personnel that had spread to every corner of the battlefield suddenly gave up on their opponents and gathered towards their own side. Then, the dazzling light in front of him suddenly became even brighter. Monarch, I've sensed a destructive attack from the laws ahead. The sun is about to explode. The voice that came from the communication golden stone was a voice that had been transmitted twice. Although it sounded quite serious, the person who spoke was still calm and composed. There was no fluctuation in his voice at all. It even made people feel that he would laugh out loud in the next second. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly looked up and saw the sun hanging diagonally above him suddenly shrink violently. A visible energy shockwave squeezed the blazing ball of energy from the outside to the inside, reducing it to the size of a ship in 5 seconds. Then, an enormous spatial force erupted from it, as if it had locked onto a target. In the next second, the sun that had been compressed to a size of 10,000 meters shattered with a bang, turning into a crimson energy beam that had been compressed to a size of 10,000 meters. With an earth-shattering distortion energy, the beam shot out, heading straight for Yun Nuoshing, who was on the 6th Fleet. What the hell? They're on guard against me? Yun Nuoshing, who had been under the impression that the enemy was on the verge of unleashing a frenzied attack, let out a cry of surprise. The dazzling new energy star had already covered the entire fleet of planet Pyrolite. Furthermore, it was an attack that had been compressed with precision. That destructive energy was more than enough to destroy the immensity barrier in just 4 or 5 attacks. Boom! That was not the end of it. As the first explosion of light blinded his eyes, the entire fleet shook violently. Before the explosion of energy had even passed, another 4 or 5 similar explosions of energy whistled in his direction. The energy from the 6 distorted suns shattered the spatial tunnel that they had locked onto, and the surrounding space shattered into several hundred pieces like a mirror that had fallen to the ground. Oh, they really are aiming for my face. If it weren't for Jing Yuanji's protection, the 6th Fleet would have been setting off fireworks. The dazzling explosion of light dispersed. Yun Nuoshing could not help but whistle. How crazy! No wonder they did not do anything even when the 6 suns possessed overwhelming power. They were on guard against an unknown existence, like him. Who knew if the vanguard he had killed last time had exaggerated something when he reported his situation to them before he died, which made them think so highly of him? If he was someone who had just reached reciprocity, he would have been reduced to a horrible state if he had not been paying attention. Sir Feng, they seem to think highly of you. Jing Yuanji could not help but giggle as she hovered to the side. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened as he rolled his eyes. The energy in his hand condensed into a huge mirror before him. After a moment of delay, a stream of light erupted from the mirror like a galaxy. It destroyed the lingering energy in the surroundings with an energy that could tear the world apart. Afterwards, it collided with the huge, dark red energy barrier of the Blood Nebula in less than half a second and was forcefully blocked. The Milky Way's light was extremely small in a battlefield that could easily span hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, the destructive energy that erupted from that tiny light was enough to send chills down everyone's spines. What shocked them even more, especially the people from planet Pyrolite, was that the light was actually blocked by the energy barrier on the other side. Xing He, who had seen how terrifying the energy of order disintegration was so scared that his face turned red. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Milky Way's light was filled with energy that they had no way of analyzing or using. If that light was used against them, the immensity sea barrier, which was supported by all 4 fleets, wouldn't last more than 2 minutes under the continuous illumination of that light. It was blocked. Jing Yuanji's beautiful eyes shrank slightly and narrowed, but she did not dare to stare at Lord Feng's order disintegration. It was similar to some kind of energy field attack, a destructive blow of concepts and rules. Even if it was weakened a lot because it did not have the support of divinity and most of the power of the divine, right? Just looking at it would still make her eyes uncomfortable. She looked at the barrier on the opposite side. From a little faint energy trace, she could see that there were 5 imperceptible energy traces on the huge dark red barrier. It was connected to the remaining 5 suns hanging next to it. It was probably an energy barrier condensed from the distorted energy in the 5 suns, blocking the reduced version of the order disintegration this time. Even Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised. Just as he was considering whether he should use a little more force to directly destroy the barrier, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Then he could not help but smile. Everyone present was attracted by the light. They would feel uncomfortable if they looked directly at the light, so they all turned to look at the barrier. Therefore, when the first crack appeared on the barrier, Everyone was slightly stunned. In the end, the barrier could not withstand the terrifying energy and showed signs of collapsing. Moreover, after the first crack appeared, a large number of cracks quickly spread across the entire barrier, gradually covering more than half of the area. The people of the Blood Nebula watched as the terrifying light gradually destroyed their barrier. Their faces turned pale. No one would sit still and wait to be slaughtered. When they realized that their own fleet's barrier was going to be destroyed, all the ships and masters of the Blood Nebula who were not in the formation roared angrily and rushed out. They attacked planet Pyrolite crazily, especially the Sixth Fleet, where Yun Nuoshing was. It seemed that they wanted to kill Yun Nuoshing before their own fleet's barrier collapsed. "Stop them! Xing!" he shouted as he waved his hand. Many masters of planet Pyrolite also rushed into the starry sky and stopped the masters of the Blood Nebula one by one. "Hold on a little longer. Once the nebula barrier of the Blood Nebula fleet is destroyed, there will be no more defense. This victory will belong to us." For a moment, the forces of resistance and counterattack were equally strong. Both sides were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins and poured out their combat power crazily on the battlefield. However, the center of the battle suddenly shifted from the center of the two fleets to the right wing of the Blood Nebula fleet. The starry sky was filled with dazzling fireworks as far as the eye could see. This time, even if a huge destructive storm was stirred up, no one would take a step back. Boom! There was another loud explosion of energy that sounded like the creation of the world, causing the entire immensity sea barrier and space barrier to tremble. The entire fleet retreated several kilometers. Because of this, the Blood Nebula fleet once again detonated a sun, burying their own masters and those of planet Pyrolite in the destructive light of creation. The entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Then, a large amount of highly concentrated distorted energy shot toward Yun Nuoshing like a cannonball. With a sharp whistling sound, it exploded into huge energy balls less than 100 meters away from the immensity sea barrier. "Xing He, how much longer can you hold on?" Yun Nuoshing shouted at the golden communication stone beside her while sweating profusely. Just as Jing Yuanji had said, it was very troublesome to control the energy so that it would not explode, especially when the other side was resisting fiercely. "Yun Jun, we can hold on for as long as you want. In any case, you won't fall before the other side. Empty out all the remaining energy for me. You won't need them for the time being anyway. Throw out the rest of the energy cores as disposable weapons." The middle-aged handsome man also roared back. Then, he roared and gave orders to his subordinates. It sounded like he was scolding them right in their faces. The battlefield, which had been stagnant for a moment, burst out with even more powerful energy reactions again. The Blood Nebula fleet had used a sun to clear the battlefield and then poured out firepower with all their might, but they still failed to make a hole in the immensity sea barrier. Instead, because the immensity sea barrier had lost a core that supplied energy, the barrier was already tottering under the energy of the disintegration of order. It was only 1 minute away from collapsing. "Monarch, I get it. Clear the battlefield from the front. Clear the battlefield from the front. The test subject is going to fire the first shot. All of you get out of the shooting range. If you get caught in the blast, you'll have to fend for yourself." A shout came from the golden communication stone, which stunned Yun Nuoshing. She turned her head curiously and looked at the specially made ship, which was the one that had 2 ships put together. At first glance, she saw that the entire ship was shining with dazzling light. The light burst out from every inch of the 2 ships, and then flowed quickly along the hull like streams of water. Finally, it merged into the energy core in the middle of the 2 ships. The huge red energy crystals suddenly glowed, and a sense of danger rose in the hearts of the people around. Distorted energy, it seems that planet Pyrolite can also use this kind of energy. Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes. She was not very surprised, just a little surprised. The ship, which was said to be specially made, took 5 seconds to charge the huge energy core. In the end, a red energy beam, mixed with mottled energy colors, shot out, shooting towards another part of the nebula barrier that was already full of cracks. The nebula barrier that was already full of cracks finally shattered with this last straw. The dark red energy beam was shattered by the energy recoil, and the disintegration of order was only slightly affected and paused for a moment. Then, like a raging dragon that came out of the sea, it swept forward and moved diagonally to the left under Yun Nuoshing's command. It was as if it was holding a huge cosmic saber and slicing through space, and the huge dark red ships instantly turned into fireworks in space. However, this time, Yun Nuoshing had to admit that she had underestimated the Blood Nebula. After all, it was the most powerful force in the universe, and it was always able to surprise her. Just when everyone thought that the Blood Nebula was going to be severely damaged, the remaining 4 suns on the battlefield exploded on the spot without holding back. Almost endless energy poured out in all directions, making the people of planet Pyrolite think that the Blood Nebula was going to be buried together with them. However, with the immensity barrier, no matter how much the Blood Nebula self-destructed, it would not affect them. Therefore, when they realized that the Blood Nebula was going to escape under the cover of their own energy explosion, and were about to give chase, the dark red ships had already turned into phantoms. They were filled with a large amount of spatial energy and disappeared from the battlefield in an instant. Even Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The Blood Nebula ran too fast. Only a large area near the disintegration of energy that could not be teleported due to the severe damage to the order and energy were forced to stay. The rest of the ships, including those wandering at the edge of the battlefield, had already escaped. What a pity! Only 1/6 of the fleet was destroyed. Jing Yuanji looked at the fleets of the Blood Nebula that had escaped. Originally, she wanted to seal the space as well, but that would cause a great disturbance. The main reason was that it would be too late to seal the space when they discovered the fleet, unless she used the energy of a higher level of origin at that moment. Putting the golden communication rock away, Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. We've suppressed our energy and pretended to be between peak gods and people who have just reached reciprocity. If we want to achieve great results in a battle against such a large army, we'll need to use our full strength. However, suppressing our energy and fighting with our full strength is just too difficult for us. The little angel sneakily peeked at the space that was quickly becoming quiet. Planet Pyrolite did not manage to intercept any enemy, and even if they wanted to chase after them, it was too late. They had no idea where the Blood Nebula had run off to. It's over? That was fast. I thought the battles in space, in this world, would last a little longer. That's theoretically true. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and stuck her hands in her pockets. After analyzing the difference in battle prowess between the two sides, theoretically, they would need to fight for a little longer. The Blood Nebula came with overwhelming strength and numbers, but planet Pyrolite is not completely defenseless. Moreover, they are within our territory, so the 3rd and 5th fleets will definitely be able to continue fighting in an emergency. Before they encounter an even more decisive and overwhelming force, they will probably need to fight for over a day. The battle prowess of this world seems to be rather average, and there are no individuals with outstanding battle prowess. Although there are some people wearing barriers to fight in space, I just feel like their battle prowess isn't very strong. They're even much weaker than the gods of regular worlds. Jing Yuanji's eyes flickered. She was so bored as a barrier that she had watched all the battles. In their eyes, the battles were not very impressive. It's probably the rules of this world that determine the number of lives. Did you notice that their combatants are all gods? The ones below them are all hiding in the ships. The number of gods that appeared in this battle alone is probably no less than 2 million. In a world between the middle and upper realms, 2 million gods is not a small number, but this is not the total number of gods in this world. It's just the forces that were sent out when the two forces fought. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across this world, as if she could see through it at a glance. Jing Yuanji's eyes flickered. A world that produces gods. Probably. Shoo, go back quickly. Someone's coming. Yun Nuoxing nodded in response. Suddenly, she felt someone coming from the side. She hurriedly pressed the little angel back into her body and then put on a lazy and tired posture. Seeing this, Jing Yuanji leaned against the side of the ship and sat on the ground. She looked listless, as if she had overdrawn her strength. My friend, I understand. You're exhausted. I'm really grateful to you this time. When I first came here and heard the numbers, I was already prepared for the worst. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. The middle-aged handsome ruffian came to the deck and was stunned when he saw the two people leaning against each other. Then he understood and walked over to Yun Nuoxing and squatted down in front of them. Do you need to prepare a room for you to rest? We have a healer. Yun Nuoxing played the lazy role of a salted fish that was about to die of exhaustion and laziness. She waved her hand weakly. Rest for a while. Yun, I'll be fine. I'm not injured. Snore. Right. I still remember what you said before. Yun, take us to the place where the energy core is abundant. See, it's on the way. I've always been curious about that place. Where does the energy of the ship come from? Xing, he listened as he panted 3 times in a sentence and said a paragraph in a minute. His face wrinkled up in confusion, and he was so confused that he let out a long yawn. Oh, that's not a difficult thing. We're just going there to pick up a batch of goods. You see, we've used up most of our forces this time. We're just going there to prepare for the future. Xingyi nodded. If you don't want to go in, just sit here and wait for a while. It won't take long to get there. I'll call you when it's time. Watching the old ruffian walk back to where he came from, Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji turned their heads and smiled at each other at the same time. It was just right to give a pillow when one was sleepy. But speaking of sleepy, this time they were really sleepy. Chapter 1377. If there was a faction in this world that had the best understanding of the rules of this world and the chaotic period, it would definitely be the faction called Path of the Heavens, which was located in an unknown location but could be accurately located. Perhaps it was because of its name or some other reason, but this was a mysterious faction that had little interest in fighting, expanding their territory, or strengthening their strength. Instead, they spent most of their energy on studying the many things in this world. However, it was also because of this that their rarely seen actions were all related to this aspect. Sometimes they would even show a fanatical side and resort to some combat tactics. For example, the shiny red planet that they were eyeing. Xing, he said that the Path of the Heavens bastards had been eyeing that thing for a long time. In the past, when they fought, it was normal for them to surround that planet and attack it for dozens of days. Yun Nuoxing could only sigh. These days, even planets could become targets for fighting. Speaking of which, that planet that stood at the border was really unlucky. It was attacked and defended every 2 to 3 days. The only reason it was still able to survive this level of conflict was that everyone was very careful not to aim at that place. Secondly, The distorted energy acted as a natural barrier that ordinary energy could not destroy. Yun Nuoshing and the other two people rested on planet Pyrolite for 2 days. They did not have anything to prepare and were about to leave the planet. However, before they left, they still wanted to say goodbye to Xing He. When the handsome middle-aged ruffian heard that the two of them were about to leave, he was surprised for a moment. However, he seemed to have expected this, so he did not stare blankly for too long and just nodded. Well, you are not from planet Pyrolite after all. Of course, we don't care where you go. You have helped planet Pyrolite twice, so you don't have to say anything else. Just call us if you have any trouble. By the way, do you have any plans for where you are going? Xing, he sat up straight on a steel armchair, with a faint smile on his face. Yun Nuoshing muttered to herself for a moment. There were 2 choices in her mind, and she kept swaying left and right. The needle of her choice swayed a few times before it finally stopped. I guess I should go to the path of the heavens to take a look. Right now, I still have to figure out what is going on during the chaos period. If I just sit here, I won't be able to find out anything. Yes, that's a wise judgment. Compared to the current leisurely period of peace, the upcoming period of chaos will throw the entire world into chaos. If we don't understand some things clearly, we won't even know who we're fighting and who we're fighting. That will be fun. Although there was a hint of teasing in his words, there was indeed such a possibility. The entire world was in chaos. Yun Nuo and the others were newcomers. Since they had made up their minds to find something in this world, then it was necessary for them to understand the many problems in this world. I wish Yun Jun and the others a safe journey. Oh, by the way, if in the future, in case that, seeing Xing He's awkward expression, Yun Nuoshing seemed to understand what he meant. She could not help but smile. All right, if planet Pyrolite really needs my help, I'll come to help. As for killing people in seconds, I can't do it. It's too difficult. Thank you very much. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and was about to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something terrible. He wondered if it would be a good idea for him to go out rashly. Currently, there had been 2 battles with the Blood Nebula. Because of his presence, they had won both battles easily and defeated the Blood Nebula's attack with minimal sacrifice. Then, the battle was over. There had been no news about the Blood Nebula in the past 2 days. According to Xing He, they were a group of people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. They had lost so much strength and gained nothing in the end. They would never forget this grudge. But for some reason, he had not seen them in the past few days. Well, putting that aside, they would not suddenly make a detour and cause trouble when he was away. Would they? When she told this to Xing He, the latter frowned. It was not entirely impossible. The Blood Nebula were the kind of people who would change their location after every battle. When they left, they would openly take away the suns in those stellar systems, causing a large area of darkness to appear in the sky. They were some kind of fanatics. Even if they lost a battle, there would be a second one, and maybe a third one. Well, you will be able to contact me when the time comes. Just use the communication golden stone. I will try my best to pay attention to whether there is any sound coming from the side of my ear. If there is an urgent matter, we will quickly come over to help. All right, that's it. We will leave first. Yun Nuoshing coughed and opened the portal. Just as she was about to go in, she suddenly heard Xing He's words. Thank you very much, Yun Jun. I hope there will be no need for you. Otherwise, it will be too miserable. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and dragged Jing Yuanji into the teleportation gate. Xing He scratched his head and sighed softly as he watched the teleportation gate disappear. Even though they had verbally agreed to it, The fact that two extremely powerful experts weren't on planet Pyrolite. Instead, they were roaming around outside made him feel a little uneasy. However, he wasn't in a position to restrict or restrain others. After a blurry teleportation without accurate coordinates, the surrounding scenery became chaotic and overlapped. This lasted for about 10 seconds before it gradually recovered. The starry sky outside appeared in front of them. The blurry starlight stretched into a long oval light belt in the distance. Blazing light sprinkled all over the starry sky. This was what they saw as soon as they came out of the blurry teleportation. Then, just as Yun Nuoshing was about to take out the blue pyramid to confirm the location, dazzling sparks suddenly bloomed in the sky. Both Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji were startled. Jing Yuanji suddenly turned sideways and blocked in front of Yun Nuoshing. She waved her hand in front of Yun Nuoshing and slapped a huge ball of energy light away. Boom! Violent bursts of energy pulled out a white sphere of light that was as brilliant as auroras. Streaks of energy caused the starry skies to sway chaotically. Two groups of people dressed in distinctly different attire were fighting in that region. It was a battlefield. Well, that was nonsense. Just look at the commotion in front of them. Furthermore, it was quite intense and was not much weaker than the battle 2 days ago. Just by sensing a little, one could sense that there were no less than 8 digits of living beings gathered here to fight. Streaks of energy flew wantonly over the battlefield, as if they were free with champions from all walks of life using all sorts of methods to perish together with their enemies. By the way, is this really the situation during the calm period? Daily life? Yun Nuoshing looked at the fierce battle in front of him and doubted Xing He's words. If this could happen during the calm period, then what kind of earth-shattering scene would it be during the chaotic period? Wouldn't it cause the void to collapse? Lord Feng, this isn't the time to think about daily life, right? Jing Yuanji's cheeks twitched. Even she felt that this world was really too messy. If they randomly jumped to a place, they would bump into a battlefield. Let's get out of here quickly. If both sides treat us as enemies and focus fire on us, we'll have to use more energy to deal with them. Yun Nuoshing nodded. When he carefully retreated with Jing Yuanji, he looked at the two sides fighting here with great interest. One side was a powerful fleet with 7 or 8 different types of ships painted in gold. The other side was a blue fleet that looked completely uniform and had many times more ships than the former. However, it was obvious that they were not as powerful as the other side. Usually, each ship of the Golden Fleet would only suffer one loss after killing more than 10 blue ships. When Jing Yuanji saw Lord Feng sizing them up, she couldn't help but sigh. She stretched out her lily-white hand, grabbed Yun Nuoshing's arm, and hurriedly rushed into the distance, quickly flying towards the edge of the battlefield. She thought that it would be very difficult to notice 2 inconspicuous people in such a chaotic battlefield, but it seemed that this battlefield was too chaotic. It was so chaotic that as long as they saw something moving and couldn't recognize the energy they recognized, they would subconsciously throw out a torrent of energy. Jing Yuanji's pretty face trembled. This time, both sides really focused fire on them at the same time. She glanced at Yun Nuoshing, who was still staring at the fleets, and shook her head helplessly. She raised her hand in front of her, and a light blue halo erupted from her body at a speed far faster than light. In an instant, countless energy shockwaves were bounced away, bouncing off in all directions. 70% of the energy shockwaves hit the group of people who released the energy shockwaves. Suddenly, a dazzling halo of energy exploded in the starry sky. Many people widened their eyes and were hit in the face by their own energy, flying back with dumbfounded expressions. Encircle and annihilate them. That's a big fish. Let the fleets gather energy. A cry of surprise was followed by a cold order. Many experts who were fighting fiercely on the battlefield suddenly turned their gazes, all looking at Jing Yuanji and Yun Nuoxing, who were in the midst of the energy explosion. Attacks fell like rain from the starry sky, falling towards the two of them. At the same time, the blue fleet suddenly shone with a dazzling light. The other golden fleet immediately opened a huge energy barrier after seeing the enemy's movements. However, to their surprise, the enemy's focused energy all rushed to the other side of the battlefield. Seeing this, both sides were startled. "Wow, we're just here to mess around. Why are you doing this?" Jing Yuanji could feel the violent energy that was constantly gathering behind her. She couldn't help but exclaim. Her right hand made a few hand seals, and a divine rune emerged from her palm. She threw it behind her without even looking at it. After the divine pattern left his hand, it expanded explosively against the starry sky. In a short 2 seconds, it had become 10,000 kilometers in size, turning into a massive spatial mirror. At the same time, the energy convergence that had gathered countless amounts of energy also arrived unexpectedly. Bang! Along with a violent vibration of the laws, a large piece of space was shattered, revealing an empty void. The mirror formed by the divine runes suffered the most violent impact and trembled fiercely. Then, countless rays of energy suddenly scattered in all directions like rays of light, scattering across the starry sky. Everyone was even more shocked. If they were the ones who came into contact with that energy, they would either die or be seriously injured, but it could still be reflected, and it was like a fairy scattering flowers. Thousands and tens of thousands of them fell like a meteor shower. Many of the blue fleet that attacked were destroyed by the energy reflected by their own people. "Spatial mirror!" Jing Yuanji shouted. She held a divine rune in her hand and slapped it into the void. Suddenly, the space within a radius of 2 or 3 light years was wrapped in a light blue space. Everyone found that there was a black lake below. No, it was a huge mirror that reflected their appearance, as well as the appearance of the fleets on both sides. And in the mirror, they suddenly grinned strangely like demons. They even stretched out their hands toward themselves, as if they were trying to break free from the mirror. That strange scene gave everyone a fright, and they subconsciously distanced themselves from the black mirror. However, the demon in the lake also grew bigger and bigger like a shadow, as if it wanted to break free from the mirror and appear in the real world. Feeling the aura that was several times stronger than their own, everyone's face turned pale. They subconsciously gathered all their attack energy and were about to burst out at the same time. Buzz! With a soft buzzing sound, the light blue space disappeared in an instant. Everyone was stunned and looked suspiciously in all directions. They were stunned on the spot. By the time they remembered what they were about to do, the two people had already disappeared. Their faces immediately flushed red. They had been fooled just now. However, that strange mirror world had already erupted with such a terrifying aura before it was really displayed. If it was really activated, how many people would be left here? Boom! Contemplation, horror, and other emotions were cut off with the sound of an energy explosion. Everyone turned their heads abruptly and saw a huge white ball of light blooming in their line of sight. The huge energy shook the starry sky, and wherever the ball of light spread, the blue fleet was swept in. The light ball that turned into a stuffy nose burst out even more energy, intensifying the degree of the explosion. Dazzling white light exploded in the starry sky, filling the entire starry sky. Those who were outside the center of the battlefield only had time to protect themselves with energy when they realized that something was wrong. Then they were slapped into the distance by the huge energy turning into meteors and disappearing across the starry sky. Retreat, retreat, retreat. This area has fallen. Give up. Everyone retreat. Those lunatics from the path of the heavens. Lunatics. Lunatics. Ah, since you want this damn place so much, I'll give it to you. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for it. And those two bastards, the hunting cloud star cluster, will remember you. I'll kill you on sight. After the people of the Blue Fleet were stunned and were hit by the new energy star, more than 1/3 of them were dead. Furthermore, half of them were stunned. In such a situation, it would not be good for them to continue fighting. They could only pull the fleet and flee quickly, beating the gong to retreat. In fact, the people from the path of the heavens were also stunned. What happened just now was too strange. The fools of the hunting cloud star cluster suddenly turned their attention elsewhere, revealing such a huge flaw. They would feel sorry for themselves if they did not take the opportunity to give them a good beating. Leader, the energy of the two people who just entered seems to be a little too strong. In the center of the Golden Fleet, on the huge diamond-shaped ship, a person spoke softly to the slender figure standing in front of the ship. It seems that the next chaotic period is coming soon. Is that why people of this level have been born? Standing at the front of the diamond-shaped ship was a tall girl with long platinum hair that reached her ankles. She was wearing a simple and loose robe. Her left eye was a metallic gold color, but her right eye was devoid of all the white color. Her pair of strange eyes reflected the starry sky, and her beautiful face had a seductive feeling. She pursed her lips tightly and looked at a certain part of the starry sky with slight interest. Her eyes followed the figures that were rapidly passing through the starry sky, and finally she paused slightly. They have landed in the half-moon star. Ah, it's our family's territory. I was worried that they would continue to pass through the starry sky and not be able to find where they are or run into some troublesome place. Yes, the rest of you stay and clean up the battlefield. I'll go and take a look. Yes. Ah. The person who was not the commander or the adjutant was stunned. Looking at the empty diamond-shaped ship in front of him, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and waved at the people who were also stunned. Disperse, disperse. The leader went out to play. Oh, the leader found something fun. Oh, go and clean up the battlefield. The people who were still in a daze just now immediately reacted. They all acted as if it was only natural and calmly went to the surrounding ships to command the ships to clean up the battlefield where a fierce battle had just occurred. They hoped that the energy explosion left some residue for them to collect. Otherwise, this battle would be a bit of a loss. On the half-moon star, Jing Yuanji pulled Yun Nuoxing through a short-distance teleportation directly to the surface of the half-moon star and landed on a deserted island in the ocean. As soon as she stopped, she could not help but complain. Seriously, what's wrong with this world? Just randomly jumping to a place, and we can encounter a battle of this level. Even those who have just entered the origin realm feel that this world is very dangerous. This is only the calm period. If it enters the chaotic period, it might be a bit more dangerous. Yun Nuoxing said from the side. Looking at the endless ocean in front of him, he could not help but take a deep breath. Huh, it's completely different from the smell of the sea in the realm of the gods. Jing Yuanji looked at him and also took a deep breath. Then she frowned slightly. I don't feel any difference. Yun Nuoxing grinned, but did not explain. He stretched out his hand and pulled her to sit on the beach of this deserted island. Then he stretched his body and said, well, sit down first. This weather is really suitable for sleeping. The lazy sunlight, the clean sea breeze, and the faint sound of the waves were all mixed together to induce sleep. The only reason he didn't fall asleep immediately was that he was still floating around in other worlds. He could find a place to rest, but if he really relaxed, he might fail miserably in this world. Jing Yuanji looked at her Lord Feng's lazy appearance and could not help but put her hand to her forehead. Lord Feng, didn't you say that we are here to investigate the chaotic period? It really became like a vacation. Yeah, I'm looking into it. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes and nodded. Transparent energy flashed in his eyes, and some information was transmitted back to his mind. Just use the power of your soul to search for the rules of this place. Since the sea of rules is sealed, we can only use the little clues to find out. When looking for things that involve the whole world, there is nothing wrong with exploring the rules first. Well, we can't find anything. The sea of rules is sealed very tightly, like a small box. We can't open the box without a key, but we can shatter the box and the things inside. But then, we don't know what is inside the box. Jing Yuanji held her face with her hand and looked helpless. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Suddenly, he was stunned and quickly spread out the power of his soul. The power of the rules of this place is exactly the same as on planet Pyrolite. Jing Yuanji could not help but straighten up. After thinking for a moment, she slowly leaned back with her jade-like hands. Well, since I know that this world is man-made, I don't feel more curious about what it has become. Is it the same for other places? Are they exactly the same? Yun Nuoshing nodded solemnly. The sea of rules. If the conceptual layer of rules was compared to an ocean, and the power of the rules was the regular but unending waves, wave after wave from the territory far away from the ocean all the way to the shore. This also caused the power of the rules of one moment and the power of the rules of the next moment to be not exactly the same. They were released in the form of stable ripples. This was the easiest way to explain it. And what he saw and sensed in this area, the sea of rules of this world, was a dead sea. The power of the rules released was the same all over the world. There was no difference, and there was no difference in strength. It may be difficult to distinguish clearly just by looking at an independent area, but the rules of two areas separated by countless distances were exactly the same. This was enough to determine the situation above. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment and stood up. It is still too early to make a judgment. Maybe it is just a coincidence. Let's go to other places. If it is the same, then we can prove it. But actually, there is no use in proving it. Forget it. Let's not go. Jing Yuanji, Yun Nuoshing grinned and was about to change the topic when he suddenly turned around. Who is it? Compared to Yun Nuoshing, who was a little lazy under the warm sunlight, Jing Yuanji was much more direct. She directly jumped up and gathered a huge amount of spatial power, causing the surrounding space to quickly distort. Chapter 1378. You're here? Who is it? Why are you looking for us? Yun Nuoshing slowly stood up and patted the sand off his body. He stopped Jing Yuanji's hands that were gathering energy and waved them away. They had deliberately landed on this remote island. They hadn't sensed anyone's life, aura, just now. Now that someone had suddenly appeared, it was likely that she had just arrived. Rustling sounds of leaves being pushed came from the forest. A moment later, a person walked out of the dimly lit forest. At first glance, his face couldn't help but twitch. That long platinum hair was second only to his in terms of length and brightness. TSK, he was wrong. Speaking of which, his hair wasn't long during the Dark Age, but its brightness was comparable to his when he was in the observer state. That color, that brightness. Cough. He wanted to say that he hadn't expected the person to be a young girl. However, she was a peak heavenly god. That age gap, that's something. Let's just treat her as a young girl for the time being. She was wearing a loose robe inlaid with white and gold colors that looked luxurious yet simple. Her eyebrows were slightly curved like crescent moons, and she had a playful smile on her face. She just looked at the two of them and walked to a spot 1 jang away from them. Then she suddenly spoke. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why did you suddenly barge into someone else's island 10 minutes ago?" She had a mischievous smile in her eyes as she stared at the two of them nonstop. Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji both stared blankly. So this place was someone else's territory. Speaking of which, why did they have to go to someone else's territory everywhere recently? Planet Pyrolite was considered illegal entry. So was this considered trespassing? Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly, his fingers twisting in his sleeves. While he was thinking about how to quibble, the young girl in front of him kept staring at them with a mischievous look. She even had a mischievous smile on her face, causing him to sweat profusely. It was fine if a young girl stared at him like that. If she had a beautiful smile, it would be even more pleasing to the eye. However, if she had this kind of smile that seemed to be scheming something coupled with the current situation, he couldn't reward her. After a while, Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and said calmly, "Cough, cough. How can you prove that this island is yours?" "You still need to prove it? This planet belongs to our family. If you don't believe me, I'll call the manager of the half-moon planet over and tell you in person," the young girl said in a matter-of-fact tone. She smiled like a cat, and her squinted eyes almost couldn't see her eyeballs. As she spoke, she took out a golden diamond-shaped crystal. Below the crystal floated a pedestal-like golden array. She said to the crystal, "Uncle Han." "Stop, stop, stop. Okay, I believe you." Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he waved his hand. He had been paying attention to the young girl's expression. As long as there was a slight flaw in her expression, he would be able to identify it. However, she really had a matter-of-fact expression on her face. He was afraid that this place really had something to do with her. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "All right, I'm sorry for intruding into your territory. It's been a long time since I've seen such an unruly illegal immigrant." The young girl giggled as she jumped back and spun in a circle on the spot. Her platinum hair danced as she put away the crystal and pointed to the sky. "I saw you come down from the stars." Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji were speechless, trespassing in front of other people's eyes. Speaking of which, the two of them, one was the observer of the realm of the gods, and the other was the observer's assistant or adjutant. They had roamed the void for countless years, and yet they ended up with the title of illegal immigrant in this land. Really, he didn't know what to say. If word got back, wouldn't I Ching and the others laugh themselves to death? However, they were used to flying all over the void and stars. This was the first time they had seen someone who cared so much about their territory and their own backyard. Of course, this was probably because they had been discovered. In the past, they had never been caught running all over the world. "All right, there's nothing we can do if we're caught. Looking at that smile of yours, you don't look like you can do anything good. Tell me, what do you want? Compensation or something else?" Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms, completely unmoved by that beautiful smile. "By the way, I can reluctantly accept a request that isn't too much. After all, we just sneaked in to bask in the sun and did nothing. If you want to take us back or have any excessive requests, then goodbye." The smile on the girl's face froze. She took 2 steps back and looked at the two of them with a strange expression. This was the first time she had seen such a person who was caught red-handed and still acted so righteously. Was he telling her that she could make demands because she was in the wrong, but she couldn't do as she wished because it was just a game? After all, They just sneaked in and did nothing. Indeed, they couldn't make excessive demands. She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji. Suddenly, she smiled and walked a few steps closer to them. She sat down 2 meters away from them and patted the beach with her jade-like hand. Then, let's sit down and chat. I've been cooped up here recently and can't do anything. It's so boring. Huh. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Jing Yuanji had a strange look on her face. The two looked at each other and slowly sat down. Seeing the two sit down, the smile on the young girl's face became brighter. The clothes of the two big sisters are so beautiful. I want one too. Jing Yuanji coughed violently twice, and her pretty face was flushed red. Yun Nuoxing looked at her calmly, and his face trembled. He tugged at the set of wedding clothes that he hadn't changed out of, and sighed, "This is made by myself. If you want to know where we came from, go out and turn left. There's a straight road to the barren area, and that's where we are." The young girl stuck out her tongue. She was not embarrassed that her secret was seen through. She leaned back and put her hands on the beach. "Hey, are you living in seclusion at the edge of the stars?" The pair of bright eyes looked around and suddenly said, "Has there been a change at the edge of the stars?" In the past, when the time is about to change, the stars will change first. It is said that there will be a change at the edge of the stars too, but no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Hee, big sisters, did you escape after sensing the abnormality? Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly and stared at the young girl with different eyes. He felt that there were a lot of hidden information and probing in her words. He felt tired just listening to her, let alone answering her. He spread out his hands and said, "Please don't be so weird. My name is Yun Nuoxing. She is my companion, Jing Yuanji. We don't belong to any side. We came from the edge of the stars. We have been staying there to avoid trouble during the period of chaos. But we have left there for some time. We have been drifting in the stars for some time and just came from a place called the Blood Nebula. Is that okay?" "Big sister, you are so straightforward." The girl with different eyes rested her chin on her hand and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. "If you don't know how to hide yourself, you will be killed in this dangerous world. That is that. If you have something to ask or say, just say it. Be straightforward. Now is the time for the brain to catch its breath. If I have to unpack it 5 or 6 times every time I speak, I will go crazy." Yun Nuoxing shook his hand angrily. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but sigh softly as she listened from the side. Feng Darren himself was also a person who thought a lot. Speaking of titles, she didn't expect that Feng Darren had even prepared a nickname for her. "Well then, I'm done with the account check. It's useless for you to look at me. This is the real information. I'm not like you guys. If you really have nothing else to say, why don't you tell us country folk about the situation here? About this messy, starry sky, this strange, chaotic period. What's going on?" Yun Nuoxing pretended to be impatient as he waved his hand and said, "This was the territory of the path of the heavens." Even though he did not know who this strange girl was, but since she was a heavenly god peak stage cultivator, she should know something. Period of chaos. The girl looked up at the sky, her expression becoming a little deep. However, it only lasted for a moment before she suddenly grinned and said jokingly, "Why should I tell you?" "Because I don't think what you want to talk about is anything good. I think I am too lazy to answer. So, I found a topic for you." Yun Nuoxing sighed in annoyance. "If you don't want to talk about it, then change the topic. However, I may not answer." Jing Yuanji turned her head and tried to hold back her laughter. She could not help but mutter in her heart, "Lord Feng is starting to act shamelessly." The girl with strange pupils pouted. "Big sister, I am the one who asked you to talk, right? You didn't say what you wanted to talk about, So I just found a random topic. Moreover, it did not involve your personal situation. Yun Nuashing grimaced. Moreover, your first 2 sentences were testing me. That made me very unhappy. I am sometimes unreasonable, especially when I am unhappy or very unhappy. Once I am unhappy, I will act recklessly. The girl's heart trembled. The 2 people beside her might be life forms of a higher level. Putting aside whether or not they could deal with those fleets, they were more than enough to deal with her. She would be able to escape in 2 seconds, but before that, she would be suppressed. Realizing that she shouldn't act too presumptuously in front of a person with power, the girl sighed and shrugged helplessly. All right, you're welcome, big sister. If you don't want to talk about it, then let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the chaos period. Jing Yuanji was about to go crazy from holding back her laughter. Her jade-like hand was pinching her thigh. She had finally seen what it meant to be unreasonable. Well, since it was Lord Feng whom she admired, it was better not to talk about these things. Hearing that she was going to talk about the period of chaos, she quickly pricked up her ears. The period of chaos? It has always been regarded as 2 periods where the stars operate according to certain rules. It is like 2 periods where the peak of prosperity is followed by a decline. The current period of calm is equivalent to the arrival of a golden age. Every race under the stars is recuperating. However, even during the period of calm, there are still things that do not settle down. That is the common point of all intelligent life. As for the chaotic period, it's not like what most people think, where changes will occur at a certain time. Instead, it's more like a change that occurs when certain conditions are present in this starry sky. Big sister, you can go out and ask around, things like possessed energy and the like. The many descriptions of the chaotic period are too blank compared to what happens in this starry sky. Many of them are unknown states, the reason for their occurrence, the meaning of their existence, and so on. That's right. Although what I said just now had some elements of probing, I did not lie. In the early stages of the period of chaos, there will be some changes at the edge of the stars. It is just that we have not gone to check it out. Perhaps some people know what is going on there, but they are holding back. I'm not talking about you. Most of the beings that have ascended to leader class can feel that they are in a cage. Something is restricting us. It is probably the rules. The rules of the world are restricting us. Many were killed by the rules of the world because they recklessly touched something they should not touch. The restriction here is not the restriction of power. After all, there are people of your level. That kind of restriction, I don't really know how to describe it. It is probably the feeling of knowing that you are in a cage, knowing that you are trapped, but unable to break free. Those who were killed were mostly challenging the rules of the world or trying to use some forbidden means to break free of the cage. Their spirit is commendable, but most of them were just sending themselves to their deaths. When they die, it may even affect the planet they were born in. After all, that is the punishment of the rules, and it can be traced back to cause and effect. This narration was mixed with some sensational things, but the girl with different pupils continued to speak in a calm tone. She even shook her head from side to side from time to time. Let's go back to the period of chaos. However, there was really not much to talk about during that period. You beat me, I beat you. The next day, you beat me. Today, we work together to beat someone else. The next day, we are back to the situation where you beat me and I beat you. In short, there was war all over the stars until the period of chaos ended. What kind of unlucky thing is that? Indiscriminate war? Casually declaring war? Yin Nuashing glared at him. No matter how hard he thought, he could not figure out the relationship between the two. He had been in a state of confusion ever since he left planet Pyrolite. Now, his mind was even more confused. Could it be that the period of chaos, the period when the rules of the world are pushing forward, is to eliminate unnecessary lives? Just like what you said just now, there is a decline after a rise. After resting enough, it is time to continue fighting? It's hard to say. Perhaps Big Sister accidentally revealed the truth of the world. The girl with different pupils frowned and smiled helplessly. The chaos period is too hard to predict. We can't find the real reason for its appearance, and we can't find the key to its end. Generations of people have treated it as a period when the world appeared automatically under some kind of push. Its rules are two parts, and it appears in cycles. One moment you are resting, the next you are fighting. It doesn't make any sense at all, and there is no pattern at all. Even the duration of the two cycles is not regular. According to the records, the longest chaos period lasted for 169 years, and the shortest was 12 years. The longest and shortest calm period were 203 years and 27 years, respectively. The only conclusion that can be drawn is that the calm period will definitely last longer than the chaos period. Every time there is a calm period, and the next time there is a chaos period, the chaos period in this cycle will be shorter than the next one. The period of chaos will be shorter than the period of chaos. As for the period of chaos, as I said just now, it is an indiscriminate war across the entire universe. However, it is not necessarily the end of the world. During this period, many forces will be destroyed, and many new forces will emerge. Some big shots may not be able to last until the period of calm arrives, while some small ants may be able to last until the end. To put it bluntly, the period of chaos seems to be causing the world to become chaotic, and we are only living in it, passively causing the world to become chaotic. So, what will happen during the period of chaos? What is the reason for you to have no choice but to fight across the entire universe? Can't you just stop fighting? Yun Nuashing frowned. In the end, he still did not get to the point he wanted to hear. Hee, Big Sister really hasn't experienced the period of chaos even once. The girl with the different pupils tilted her head and looked at him with a smile. It's nothing much. It's just that the atmosphere of the universe will become strange and bad. Just like what Big Sister said, when you are in a bad mood, you will occasionally become unreasonable. The atmosphere that Big Sister felt when she was walking in the universe will become 100 times worse. And that is the period of chaos. That kind of atmosphere will make people very bad. Their minds will become muddled, and their minds will become muddled. Irritation and other negative emotions will fill the heart, causing countless lives in this world to do many irrational and illogical things. Also, as Big Sister said, it is unrealistic for everyone to hold back and not fight. The longer they hold back, the more their minds will become muddled, and they will become even more irrational. Just one moment, any life that starts an irrational riot will cause the entire universe to erupt in an instant. That's why I said this is the period when the laws of this world are pushing. It is unreasonable, illogical, and unpredictable. Fortunately, once a fight really breaks out, the terrible atmosphere of the universe will be washed away by the energy of the riot. In the beginning, when this conclusion was first drawn, someone tried to use powerful energy as a barrier to isolate the atmosphere. It is the adaptive field that is used all over the universe now. That is actually a failed product of that research. It is useless during the period of chaos, but it can allow countless lives to resist the atmosphere of the universe during the period of chaos. Fighting can allow some areas to settle down, especially places where battles have broken out. It's funny, isn't it? It's like someone is pushing us to fight nonstop. Only by fighting can the people behind us settle down. It's such a shitty thing. As she spoke, her expression suddenly became a little dull. Her eyes looked deep into the sea ahead. When everything starts to turn bad, everyone knows that it is the signal to fight. With whom? It doesn't matter. Fight for what? This is the rule of this unlucky world. We must fight to the death. Let me tell you a very interesting anecdote, big sister. I heard that our Tsong, the leader of this territory was friends with the monarch of the neighboring territory more than 100,000 years ago. They formed a very powerful alliance, until one day a period of chaos suddenly descended. It was so intense that it was as if everyone had been brainwashed. Unprecedented chaos filled the starry sky. When that period of chaos calmed down a little, everyone picked up the bit of rationality that they had painstakingly regained. At that time, people discovered that the leader of this territory had led his own warriors and the warriors of his friends to kill the monarch of the neighboring territory and some of his own warriors. Yun Nuashing was silent. This is not funny at all. The girl with different pupils laughed and laughed. She was so excited that she squeezed out some tears. She giggled and casually wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She continued to laugh. But this is the most ridiculous thing in this world. However, the period of chaos of that level has not happened for a long, long time. There have been nearly 20 cycles. The strongest period of chaos only reduced our rationality by half. We still have a good understanding of who I am, where I belong, and what I am doing. The three of them were silent. The girl with different pupils swayed her body and hummed a song. Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing were collecting the information that they had just heard. Their gazes were a little complicated, and they could not help but look at each other. This was really a crazy world. It was so crazy that they could not even analyze what those twisted races had done. At the end of the day, they could not even figure out the extent of their relationship with this world. They could not tell if they were the masterminds behind this world or if this was a broken world, and they had just accidentally leaked a part of their energy into this world. All right, it seems that this topic is a little too ridiculous. How about we talk about something lighter? Yun Nuashing sighed and waved her hand. Okay. The girl with different pupils covered her mouth and smiled. She slowly withdrew her gaze. Let me think. Big sister, why don't we go out and play? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Where to? To the land or to the sea of stars? To the center of this territory. I haven't been there for a long time. I was just thinking of going there. The girl with different pupils blinked and smiled innocently. There are more beautiful scenery there. Chapter 1379. From a certain point of view, the distribution of life planets in the universe was actually very similar to the cities on those planets. It was just that the location and scale of the cities were not the same. Therefore, it was not strange that there would be a primary life planet in every territory that was similar to the holy city. There were also a few holy cities in the realm of the gods. When he heard that they were going to the first planet of the path of the heavens, he was stunned at first, but he quickly calmed down. Since he had seen the scale of the first planet of the heavens on planet Pyrolite, he subconsciously thought that the first planet of the path of the heavens would be similar. This was a chaotic and strange world, right? Even if it was not, it would not be good to bury a city underground. The girl with strange pupils led Yun Nuashing and Yun Yuenji to the other side of the island. With a wave of her hand, a hidden space suddenly appeared. It was not until now that the space was opened that Yun Nuashing admitted that he was really unlucky to have broken into someone else's territory. The hidden space was a very ordinary space. The vast expanse of white showed that it was a basic space that was maintained in a stable state without any special treatment. There was only a stone platform in the space, 4 meters square. In the middle of the stone platform was an oval silver array. There was an arrowhead-like object in the middle of the array that seemed to be a guide. He felt that the array was filled with the power of space. When he thought of the girl's sudden appearance, he thought that the array should be used for teleportation. The reality was not out of his expectations. The girl with strange pupils led them to stand in the array. She squatted down and fiddled with it for a while. Suddenly, she stood up and smiled. She stretched out her hands and clapped. With a feeling of the stars moving, the space in front of them changed rapidly. When it stabilized, Yun Nuoshing already felt that he was in a strange place that he had never been to before. He was surrounded by a blue background, and the bright sunlight poured down from above. The excessive warmth made the light too dazzling. It is very far from where we were just now, but it is still in the same galaxy. We have directly teleported into a planet. There is a large amount of life energy below it. It is very active. Jing Yuanji spoke to Yun Nuoshing in her soul. As an adjutant who spent most of her time in the background, she performed her duties perfectly. As soon as she arrived, she immediately probed the space and reported the information to the observer. Yun Nuoshing nodded and lowered his head to look at the situation below. They were floating in the air more than 1,000 meters above the ground. Below them was a city with an exaggerated scale, and its appearance seemed to have some meaning. It was a huge city divided into levels. The bottom level was very huge, like the top of a huge mountain range. It was a complete circle with walls that were not particularly high. If one wanted to enter the city, there was only a winding road that led to the foot of the mountain that was at least 100 meters below. If one went up, one could see that the upper level was about a quarter of a fan-shaped floating land. It should be the same size as the circle below, but this level was only a quarter of it. It floated about 50 to 60 meters above the ground. It was made of some kind of metal mixed with the soil of the earth. On the cross-section of the edge, one could see that some places were originally land. Suddenly, there was an extra piece of metal or a change in color, as if there was metal growing in the ground. On the next level, there were 2 circles around the bottom of the round cake. Like the metal mixed land, just now, it was covered with a large number of buildings. As for the top level, it was a floating island that was less than half the diameter of the circular city at the bottom. There were no extra pieces at the bottom. Those had all turned into parts and floated in the space beside them. Looking at the layout of this strange city, only the Saint Spirit realm looked a little similar to it. They were all divided into levels like this. The only difference was that the one in front of them was a city, while the Saint Spirit realm was a huge world. The communication between the 4 continents was through teleportation. Could it be that the communication between the upper and lower levels of the city in front of them was done by flying? The distance did not seem to be very far, so it was not impossible to fly. However, if that was the case, it would be more troublesome for those who lived in the middle to go to the upper levels. Fortunately, the second and third levels were 2 wide belts, and the other was a fan-shaped, not a round cake. One did not have to fly to the edge to go to the upper levels, and they did not stay in one place all the time. They were slowly rotating around the center. Those who lived on the upper levels should find it very refreshing. They could see the scenery from different angles when they woke up every morning. As for Yun Nuoshing, he could not help but feel a little conflicted when he saw this city. Logically speaking, this world was very strange and chaotic, right? Look at planet Pyrolite. Most of the people on planet Pyrolite were living in a state of refuge, and the surface of planet Pyrolite was filled with standard combat personnel housing. Why was it that in the realm of the heavens, they were even doing art? This was definitely the embodiment of art, right? In short, in this terrifying world where everyone was on edge, A flashy city that took a lot of effort to design suddenly appeared. It did not seem right no matter how he looked at it. After all, when he first saw Planet Pyrolite, he was a little prejudiced. Subconsciously, he felt that even if the other places were not so ridiculous, they would not appear to be too relaxed. For example, there would be 3 sentries for every step of the way, or weapons piled up all over the planet, or a city that was piled up with formations and could enter a state of extreme defense at any time. However, when he arrived here, he saw a city that was overly peaceful. He even saw a side that was thriving. This was a little strange. Yes. The last time I was here, this place was still in a mess. It seems that after so long, this place has recovered. Without the strange size of Yun planet, the girl with different pupils could not help but smile when she saw the familiar city. She still remembered that at the end of the last chaotic period, half of this joyous city had collapsed. After that, during the calm period, because the priority of its reconstruction was not very high, the restoration had been a little slow. The last time she came, she could still see the scene of half of the city being cleaned up and started to be rebuilt. I feel that this place is too peaceful. Yun Nuoshing looked at the 4-tiered city below and could not help but say, I have never been here before. I never thought that there would be such a peaceful place in this world. It is like a paradise on earth that is far away from those troublesome matters and will not be disturbed by anything. Isn't it awesome? This was designed by the leader of our territory. Don't be fooled by the fact that it is placed here carelessly. It actually has a lot of powerful defenses. The girl with different pupils grinned, but after a moment, she lowered her head and muttered, but there are still times when it will be destroyed. Although our territory's combat power is one of the best, it also has a lot of enemies. The last few chaotic periods have only slightly affected our rationality, so those who come knocking on our door were actually planning to come knocking on our door. It is just that the chaotic period has magnified their desire for war. Can't we just fight back? Whoever comes knocking on our door, we fight back, with the mentality that if you don't kill us, we will kill you. Just push them into the sun and bombard them indiscriminately for 1,000 years. After all, this world can't get any worse. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and said casually. The girl with different pupils said, Big sister is really straightforward. She also wanted to have such simple and violent power, but it was a pity that it was just a thought. In this world, other than the elusive blood nebula, there was probably no one who had such power. Oh, but the 2 in front of her seemed to have it. After casually chatting for a while, the girl with different pupils flung her head full of platinum hair and brought Yun Nuoshing and the other 2 to descend towards the somewhat joyous city. Just as they approached the floating island on the first level and were about to land, the 3 suddenly raised their heads and looked into the distance. They couldn't help but frown. The ground was trembling, as if there was an ancient behemoth buried inside this small planet. At this moment, it suddenly woke up a little, and its breathing and heartbeat made the planet tremble with a rhythm and frequency, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. In the tiered city below, the belts and fan-shaped islands on the 2nd and 3rd levels stopped rotating, and formations similar to magic circles appeared under the ground. Powerful energy emerged and isolated the city from the outside space. Boom! At this moment, the sound that sounded like muffled thunder entered the ears of Yun Nuoshing and the others, and the ground had already been shaking for a full minute. In their line of sight, other than the city, everything else was shaking. The mountains in the distance collapsed, and the forest was buried by the collapsed soil. The river broke into 2, and a cloud of dust rose from the horizon, as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping together. The sudden tremors came and ended quickly. After 2 minutes, everything suddenly and instantly ended without any aftereffects. The things that were shaking just now lost their inertia and returned to a state of balance in an instant, except for those things that were destroyed in the tremors, such as those that were still collapsing. Everything else stopped in an instant. The bottom two levels of the city also resumed their slow rotation. Isn't this planet made? It can cause earthquakes. Speaking of which, it's fine if it's just an earthquake, but the way it stopped is too strange. Isn't it? Yun Nuoshing looked at the girl with different pupils beside her, only to see her stiff body. She could not help but be stunned. Hey, are you okay? The girl with different pupils was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She scratched her head. Nothing. I suddenly felt something. No, are you all okay? What can happen to us? It's just an earthquake. This floating island is floating in the sky. How can it shake the sky? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. The girl with different pupils stared at him with her eyes wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. This also caused him to be unable to say something, and he could not help but frown. From the looks of it, something else just happened, but he really did not feel it. Earthquake. Well, to an ordinary person, this planet just shook a little. As you said just now, this planet is made by our leader and others. It is specially made. The kind of wide-area natural disasters that occur on ordinary planets do not exist. Inside this planet is an energy core. The girl with different pupils narrowed her pair of eyes that had a strange beauty as she stared at planet Yunua. Just now, that core exploded with energy and made this planet tremble. Although we won't be shaken because we're in the sky, but why didn't you feel anything at all? Energy explosion? Yun Nuoshing frowned. A silver-white light flashed in his eyes, and his vision instantly penetrated the ground and looked deep into the ground. He saw the energy core of the planet, and he almost choked with just one glance. He coughed strangely. It was a round red energy crystal, the same energy crystal as the energy core of the ship. Didn't they say that there was no technology to stuff such a large energy crystal into the ship? Was it easier to stuff such a large energy crystal into the stomach of the planet? Could it be that this energy crystal could be dragged out to fight in an emergency? Oh, let's not talk about that first. If it was about these energy crystals, he probably knew why he and Jing Yuanji did not react. Putting aside the fact that they did not notice the energy explosion just now, they did not have the red pattern on their bodies and were not entangled with the distorted energy, so the relatively weak energy explosion could not be detected when they did not pay special attention to their surroundings. But the girl with different pupils had the red pattern on her body, so she reacted the moment the energy explosion at the core of the planet exploded. Does the feeling of wanting to scratch an itch count? Yun Nuoshing shrugged. I think I know what kind of reaction you are talking about, but it's not very strong. The feeling from many years ago was not so strong for us. By the way, does this happen often on your planet? Does the energy core need to be repaired? The girl with different pupils nodded. May Mouse stared at him for a while and believed what he said. She then frowned. I rarely stay on this planet. Most of the time, I am drifting outside. But there is someone watching over this planet. I have heard some information. This kind of phenomenon rarely happens, or rather, it basically does not happen. This kind of phenomenon suddenly appeared 2 years ago, and the frequency gradually increased until recently, starting from 61 days ago. Every time there is an energy explosion, a report will be sent back for us to check. In just 61 days, we have received a total of 12 reports, which is more than last year's. I have never experienced it here, this kind of intensity. She paused for a moment and could not help but frown. I have only experienced it on the ship. I have only heard about the energy explosion on the planet. When I heard about it in the past, I thought that they were exaggerating. After all, we also felt the impact of the energy explosion on the ship. It was also during this period of time. The energy core of the ship suddenly trembled, and some kind of energy reaction covered the entire ship. However, it only made everyone react quickly. Their bodies paused for a moment, and nothing else happened. When we went to check it out, the core had already quieted down. Ship? What kind of ship? Yun Nuashing asked. I won't tell you this. Big sister. This is our internal matter. Cough, cough. The girl with different pupils looked at him with one of her eyes closed. She coughed softly and shrugged. Well, forget it. Let's go down and take a walk first. Yun Nuashing responded casually. He lifted his feet and followed the girl with different pupils absent-mindedly. He was quite concerned about the energy explosion that he had just heard about. It happened frequently in the past 2 years. The riot of distorted energy, these 2 years. Did anything special happen in these 2 years? Did it happen in the path of the heavens? He had a guess that he wanted to verify. He quickly pushed Jing Yuanji forward and took a step back. He then stuffed the golden communication stone into his soul. Xinghe, can you hear me? Far away in the territory of planet Pyrolite, a middle-aged, melancholy, handsome ruffian was looking at his own fleet on the satellite of planet Pyrolite. The voice that suddenly rang in his mind startled the old ruffian. He somersaulted a few meters away. Long Yi and the captains of the other fleets were stunned. Xinghe scratched his head awkwardly and greeted the others. He quickly grabbed the golden communication stone. Yinjun, what's wrong? What happened? Let me ask you something. Did you suddenly feel that the energy core of the fleet had an energy explosion? Xinghe was stunned. Yinjun, how did you know? The same thing happened on my side. Did this happen suddenly in the past 2 years? Well, that's right. We were puzzled at the beginning. Because of the sudden event, we were a little flustered, so we had to give up the plan of an expedition and dismantled the ship for inspection. But in the end, we didn't find anything wrong, so this matter was left unsettled. Until more than 100 days ago, the frequency suddenly accelerated. From 60 days ago to today, there were a total of 12 energy outbursts. We were also puzzled about what had happened. Yunjun, do you know anything about it? Do you know what happened? Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. It's still just a guess. It's hard to say. But when this guess is verified, something might have happened. Don't worry for now. I'll see if I can find anything. After ending the communication with Xing, Yun Nuashing put away the golden communication stone and looked up. He saw the girl with different pupils holding Jing Yuanji's arm. They were talking and laughing. They were strolling on the street. Occasionally, they would go into the shops to have a look. She did not buy anything. The girl with different pupils seemed to be quite popular. Many people on the street would cheer and greet her when they saw her. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Only then did he notice that they were walking on a street. It was a street that was very different from what he remembered. There was no bluestone floor, no dizzying, moss-covered checkered bricks. Even the surrounding buildings were a little different. It was a little like the style of the world in Navira. Noticing that Lord Feng had come up to them, Jing Yuanji blinked and touched his soul. Lord Feng, what's wrong? Well, I noticed something, but it's still to be verified. But when that thing is verified, something worse is going to happen. As for what exactly is going to happen, I don't know. Yun Nuashing mentioned a little about the energy explosion just now. A distortion energy explosion that involved the entire starry sky. There was no difference at the same time. All the distortion energy in this world trembled. Jing Yuanji also pondered. They did not react which meant that there were no red lines on their bodies. Or they were not the life of this world and would not be affected, connecting it to the girl with different pupils trembling when the energy exploded and looking a little confused. Jing Yuanji also had a guess. Could it have something to do with the coming period of chaos? That's my guess, but there's no way to verify it. Yun Nuoxing nodded. The entire starry sky appeared at the same time, and the entire starry sky was affected. Probably only they could guess. After all, the people of this world seem to place a lot of importance on territory. They probably could not directly barge into other people's territory to see if the same thing was different. The girl with different pupils, who was stunned by the energy explosion, was now optimistically leading them around the city's top floor. When they looked down just now, they noticed that the buildings on the top floor were much grander and more exquisite than the ones below. Its style was also slightly different from the ones below. Not only were there many buildings that only required people to live in, but there were also some large buildings that probably had some functions. Of course, there were also neat residential areas. The spacious and neat streets and the rows of buildings intertwined with each other, forming a rather novel big net with a sense of elegance and neatness. Again, he did not feel that there was any problem in other places, but in this world, it felt a little out of place. Perhaps it was because of his thinking. The many formations that separated the city from the outside world had mostly dissipated by now, along with the energy that had gathered here. When the two lower levels resumed their rotation, the girl with strange pupils led them down to the lower levels. Originally, she thought that they should be using some kind of formation to teleport them. Teleport? That's so troublesome. Can't we just jump down? Big sister, you're not afraid to jump, right? Standing at the edge of the top floor, the girl with different pupils looked at Yun Nuoxing and giggled. His cheeks twitched slightly. All right, he was thinking too much. Not to mention how to get from the bottom floor to the top floor. If he wanted to go down from the top floor, the fastest way was to teleport or jump. Big sister, look at this angle, run 10 meters away, and do a gliding action. Ordinary people can fall down like this. But you must be careful. Don't jump out of the ring. After all, it can rotate. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She pulled the two girls with her and jumped down. Chapter 1381. Not far away, there was a city that was clearly divided into 4 levels as the background. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji stood in front of the sea outside the city, enjoying the salty sea breeze as they listened to the girl with different pupils talking about many things in this world. Jing Yuanji saw him suddenly stop and cast a concerned look at him. Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. He lifted his feet and followed. He had a strange feeling just now, as if something familiar had suddenly appeared and then quickly disappeared. Because it was impossible to have any illusions or hallucinations in this realm, something had probably happened just now. It was just that for various reasons he couldn't sense it very well, so he couldn't pay too much attention to it. Looking at Jing Yuanji and the girl with different pupils who were so familiar that they could joke with each other, Yun Nuoxing mumbled as he integrated and deduced all the information he had received so far in his mind. However, deducing or not deducing was not very important. In short, he now knew what kind of nonsense this world was. They were controlled by the rules of the world and were randomly sent to do anything unreasonable. They were randomly allowed to happen and were constantly being controlled. However, the lives in this world did not seem to know this. They were simply living and working harder for tomorrow. They did not know the meaning of this, nor did they have the time to think about the so-called meaning. The endless battles had already bound everyone's thoughts from the other side. If there was any special wish, it would probably be to survive, the next chaotic period. Yun Nuoshing walked towards the two girls and reached out to pull Jing Yuanji back. Under the two girls' puzzled gazes, he looked at the girl with different pupils and said faintly, "This is really complicated and troublesome information. It will take some time to sort it out." "Well, after saying so much, I have a question, and I don't know if you can help me answer it." Yun Nuoshing coughed softly. "Although I was the one who asked you to talk about these things, don't you think that you have said a little too much? The chaotic period and many other things that have come out of it. Some of them are even related to the combat power of the various forces, this territory, and the combat power of the path of the heavens. It is as if you are eager to tell us everything." The girl with different pupils froze. "Who are you?" Yun Nuoshing looked at the four-story city not far away. Half of the people in this city knew her, and they seemed to be the kind of people who were famous for their foresight. She had clearly said that she did not come back often, but there were people who knew her. "What's the purpose?" The girl with different pupils lowered her head and muttered. Suddenly, she put her hands behind her back and grinned. "Big sister, if you always have the thought of what is the purpose of others, you won't have friends." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. It didn't matter whether there was or not. Moreover, there were many people around him, and he didn't always think that others were thinking about them. It was just that her behavior was a little too obvious. "Well, I was indeed rude. It's because it's been a long time since I've seen the birth of people at your level. I was a bit anxious. Hee hee." The girl with different pupils stuck out her tongue. "Well, actually, what surprised me more was that big sisters actually didn't know who I was. I thought that there was no one in this world who didn't know who I was. But you didn't have any reaction at all when you saw me. After walking around this city for so long, there was no reaction at all. I was a little stunned." It's not the narcissistic kind of knowing. Because of some things, I think that a lot of people in this world should know about me. For example, I have a bad reputation and something like that. Hee hee. Yun Nuoshing crossed her arms. "You didn't tell me who you were from the beginning. How the hell would I know who you are?" I think so." The girl with different pupils was stunned for a second. She smiled and then reacted, holding the two ends of her loose robe as if she was holding the hem of her skirt. She bent down slightly. "My original name has been forgotten a long time ago. Now, people have been calling me Dao Tian." Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes slightly. According to her name that seemed to be a code name and her leader-level realm, she probably said, "The leader of the path of the heavens?" "Hee hee, big sister, you know this name." The girl with different pupils who called herself Dao Tian turned around in a circle with a smile. "No, I guessed." Yun Nuoshing shook her head. "Dao Tian, after coming to this slightly shocking, well, it might be shocking for ordinary people. The three of them walked along the coast for a long distance. They didn't talk much along the way. They walked until they couldn't even see the city anymore. Only the sound of the waves could be heard. The girl with different pupils who was walking in front would inadvertently turn her head to look at the two big sisters. However, she saw that they were always staring at the distant sea with a touch of tranquility in their eyes. It was as if they came here to seek this peaceful atmosphere. The girl with different pupils pouted. Suddenly, she turned around and walked quickly in front of Yun Nuoshing. "Big sister, are you angry?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He watched her walk with the wind, causing her long platinum hair to flutter behind her. She circled around him with all her might, just like a little immortal circling around him. Yun Nuoshing quickly nipped that rude thought away. While she was circling around in front of him, he pressed down on her shoulder and held her in place. "Stop circling around. You're dizzy. Why should I be angry?" Then why aren't you talking? Dao Tian shrugged his shoulder and shook his hand off. I'm thinking about something very troublesome. Yun Nuoshing sighed. His eyes that were looking at the ocean in the distance could not find a focal point. Speaking of which, you haven't answered my question yet. You were in a hurry to tell us so much. You were so anxious to tell us everything. You even told us some of the secrets of other forces. You even told us the secrets of the path of the heavens. What is your goal? I don't think the leader of a force would be so careless. Dao Tian was silent for a moment. Her jade hand twirled a strand of hair beside her ear. Because, big sister, even people like you have come out. The chaos period is about to begin. In the past, the chaos period has always revolved around the most powerful force in the world. Even in the past, when everyone had lost their minds due to the chaos, they had always aimed at the most powerful force in the world or one or two lives. Oh, so you want to rope us in? Join the battle of the path of the heavens? Yun Nuoshing said. Dao Tian was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, she shook her head. She suddenly lifted her feet and walked closer. She looked up at him with her beautiful eyes and said softly, I want to protect you. Huh. Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Yun Nuoshing even rubbed her ears hard, thinking that she had heard wrong. However, she had something else to say that calmed them down. Big sister, please calm down and listen to me. The girl with the different eyes took a deep breath. Her dual-colored eyes flashed. This world is a cage that can't be broken, but it's not like this. There is a way to break out of this cage. The path of the heavens has been searching for so many years. All those years of crazy actions were not for war. They were just looking for a way to escape from this world. There must be other worlds outside of this cage. And big sister, you are the only way to break through. Perhaps only through you can we escape half of this nightmare cage. Escape from this world. Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other. Their eyes flashed. From those words, they discovered a shocking fact. The lives of this world were trapped in this world. Even those who were at the peak of the heavenly God realm could not escape. They did not even know about the void. They did not know about the countless things in the void. They thought that these hundreds of billions of light years were the entire world. Seeing that their eyes were flickering with doubt and disbelief, the girl with different pupils became a little anxious. Her cold little hand quickly grabbed Yun Nuoshing's hand and said, Big sister, it's true. Please believe me. Escaping from this cage has always been all that the path of the heavens has been pursuing, and it is also their ultimate goal. For this, they have paid countless prices, incomprehensible prices, to find that method. We don't care about obtaining anything in this crazy and chaotic world, and we have never asked for anything. We just want to live for ourselves and not be controlled by the rules, forced to fight in this cage, and finally die. The outside world, the beautiful, free world. Big sister, don't you want to leave this cage? Big sister, don't you want to leave? How do you know that the outside world will be beautiful and free? In the end, how do you know if the outside world is real or just your imagination? Yun Nuoshing stared at her calmly. This question was the ultimate question that every life trapped in an inner world had to face. It was a question that stood on the spiritual plane like a shackle, a question that was only prepared for pioneers. She had to face it head on and leave behind an answer that even she herself believed. In short, she had to believe that there must be something outside, even though she had never gone out. Otherwise, she might go crazy if she only saw the endless void the moment she leaped out after much effort. Many of those who lived in the barren void were the same. The first being to step out of their own world would require a sufficiently resolute spirit so that they could at least hold on in the face of the most hopeless situation. Leaping out of a world into the void, the glimpse they saw was the ultimate secret of their original world. Basically, having the power to transcend worlds was a distinct level, and the next level was having the power to wander in the void. It was only by grasping those two powers that they could truly see a brand new world in the endless world of the void, and those who were not prepared would most likely die halfway through each step. The girl with the different pupils was silent for a long time. This time, she was truly silent. Her hand that was holding his was now limp and about to drop. Yun Nuoshing could tell from her reaction that it was just her imagination. Unlike them who were always running around in the void, she was probably the only pioneer in this world who tried to explore things outside their world. Everything was just a guess. Well, it seems that you're not prepared to face that either. Yun Nuoshing said softly. She only said the last sentence in her heart. Many things may be very cruel. Don't think too much about it. What if after thousands of years of hard work, you end up with nothing in the end? What would you do then? This is my advice to you. Of course, everyone likes beautiful things. This is the pursuit of every living being. We will help, but only after you tell us about that strange thing. You have to think about it carefully. Dao Heaven raised his head, his eyes filled with confusion and confusion. His eyes were empty, as if he had just experienced a mental breakdown. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh. The nightmares that this little girl had experienced in this world had driven her to madly search for a way to break free from her prison. She had reached the point where she was almost fantasizing. She had never heard of the outer world and had never had any knowledge about it, so she had built a fragile castle of sand in her heart that could be easily destroyed. He didn't mean to destroy her dreams or anything like that, but he had to tell her these things because he hadn't looked outside this world yet, and he didn't know what he would see when he went out. If it really was an empty space with no other worlds, then her mental breakdown would be very serious. It was better to give her a warning now so that she could be mentally prepared and buffer herself. That way, when her dreams were shattered, she wouldn't really have a mental breakdown. Seeing her frowning and confused look, Yun Nuoshing shrugged helplessly and pulled her to walk slowly on the beach. Forerunner, Master Feng, we have not seen a forerunner for a long time. There is no pure new world in the existing world. Jing Yuanji followed beside him and spoke in his soul. This world is ultimately sealed. It is very likely that it was created and sealed by someone. It is not surprising that such a situation would occur. It is a good thing to have a forerunner. The world should not be sealed so easily, and the worlds that have successfully grown in the void would not be sealed. Compared to this, I am more worried about her. I don't know if her psychological endurance is strong enough. If she really falls into the worst situation, I am worried that her spirit would collapse in an instant. I have seen that kind of situation too many times. Yun Nuoshing looked at Dao Heaven, who had his head lowered and seemed to be thinking about something. Also, he was very curious about the way she said to leave this world. Was it because she was not strong enough that she needed their strength? But did she just say that she hoped to protect them? It did not feel right to put the two together, but at least it proves that Long Yi was right. The leader of the path of the heavens does know a lot of things. After finding a nice place, Yun Nuoshing sat down and stretched. Jing Yuanji also pulled Dao Heaven to sit next to him. The two of them stared at the horizon in a daze. The other one kept his head down and looked at his feet. His eyes were in a daze, and he frowned from time to time. It seemed like he was thinking, but also seemed like he was not paying attention to this place. Just like this, each with different thoughts, the three of them sat there and listened to the sound of the waves. They sat there for an entire day until the sky darkened and the moon did not rise. However, when the tide suddenly rose, Yun Nuoshing pulled the other two out of this place. But after walking for a while, he realized that there was no good place to go. Even if he knew that the girl with different pupils was the leader of the path of the heavens. Should he bring her back to that city? If the people there found out that their leader went out with two strangers and came back with such a dazed look, would they think of something terrible and charge at them? After thinking for a while, he found a place where the tide would not drown and built a bonfire. Then the three of them sat there and continued to stare blankly. Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuenji were communicating with each other in their souls, talking about the things in this world. Meanwhile, Dao Heaven was really in a daze. He was a little stunned by Yun Nuoshing's words, and he still had not recovered from it. Yo, Yin Jun, how's the harvest? Where did you guys go? Don't tell me you guys really went to the path of the heavens? Just as he threw a piece of wood that contained energy into the bonfire, Yun Nuoshing heard a voice ringing in his mind. After identifying it, he recognized that it was the voice of the handsome ruffian. He patted his head and said, "Well, it really is in the path of the heavens. That's right. I have something to talk to you guys about." Actually, we have something to talk about as well. Do you want to talk first, or should I? Xingyi was stunned. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "You go first. My topic might take a while, and I won't be able to finish so quickly." First of all, two groups of people politely broke into the territory of planet Pyrolite. They did not fight, but they asked us about your whereabouts. Two groups? Looking for us. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously thought that it might be his own people who came looking for him. After all, he had lost contact with them for so long. It was not impossible for them to be uneasy and use some method to find him. However, the next sentence dispelled his thoughts. Well, it seems to be Tianyuan and an unknown faction. They probably sensed something in advance. Usually during the chaotic period, the battle would start around the largest faction and the strongest few life forms. Usually, they would be the first to be focused on. Well, this is just a side note. What I'm going to say next is the main point. Hearing that the middle-aged ruffian's voice suddenly became much more serious, Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and became more alert. The former was silent for more than 10 seconds before he said faintly, "Yun Jun, according to some of the anomalies that we have observed, the chaotic period might start in less than 30 hours. That's fast. Also, I have received some bad information from the Lord. It is said that the chaotic period in the past would make people lose their minds and become like beasts. Well, I can't think of such a situation. However, if such a situation occurs, Yun Jun, if you see us become like that, please don't show mercy." Yun Nuoshing did not expect that the middle-aged ruffian could also say such words. Long Yi's words. It's the Lord's words. The other side immediately admitted it. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and remained silent for a while. "There's no need to show mercy. What are you guys thinking? We haven't even fought yet. The chaos period hasn't even begun. And you're already saying such suicidal words. I can't tell the Lord's thoughts. I'm just passing on the message. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning in it." The handsome ruffian laughed dryly. Suddenly, his voice became serious again. "This world has been fighting for countless years. Too much has been wasted in meaningless battles. It has become riddled with holes. I can't make up any more stories. If I'm guessing, it's probably because he's tired. It's hard to say. Yun Nuoshing, I know you don't like to be serious. Don't be so serious like others." Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and remained silent for a while. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. "Well, take it easy. Maybe something good will happen this time. Anyway, 30 hours, right? I got it. Let's make some preparations. Oh, right. I have something to ask you. Then he told Xing He the information he just got from Dao Tian. After listening to it, the handsome ruffian pondered. Suddenly, the sound of something flipping through could be heard. After a while, he said, I didn't expect you to meet the leader of the path of the heavens directly. Let's not talk about that first. I found some ancient records here. Indeed, there were words such as leave and predicament. There are also some records of attempts here. At first, it was quite vague. Yun Nuoshing, ahem, listen carefully. Let me read a paragraph for you. Year 1009 of the nebula calendar. The 20th attempt to break through the world barrier. No response. Year 1109 of the nebula calendar. The 27th attempt to break through the world barrier. No response. Well, I'll omit the last part for you. This nebula is an ancient force. It was destroyed a long time ago. The last record was when they made their last attempt at breaking through the world barrier. The 1000th attempt at breaking through the world barrier was not recorded as no response. However, I can't see it clearly. Something must have happened. In other words, the Forerunners have tried many times. However, there was no response. Yun Nuoshing murmured. Yes, that's the situation. According to the information I got from the sovereign, in this era, there was no Forerunner. Oh, except for the leader of the path of the heavens. The sovereign believed that she knew something. It seems that she knew the way to break through, but did not have enough power. Yes, I know. When the chaotic period comes, you just have to take care of yourselves. Maybe something unexpected will happen. Let's look forward to it. After ending the communication, Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. She tilted her head and looked at Dao Tian, who was still in a daze. She scratched her head. It seemed that he still had some things to figure out. Chapter 1382. Innumerable worlds were born in the void, and each world was a cage for the beings that lived within. A fragile cage that could be easily opened. No, a cradle, the only cradle where they could quietly grow before facing the dangers of the void. Life that broke free from the cradle was like a seed that sprouted from the soil, a bird that spread its wings and soared, leaving its birthplace for a wider and more dangerous world. If there were no special incidents or other circumstances, there would be such forerunners in every newborn world. They were willful, stubborn, brave, and strong, charging fearlessly towards the cradle's barrier with the most iron-headed stance. Even if they would often end up bleeding after countless failures and finally meeting success, those unlucky fellows in barren zones would find nothing but a cluster of bright light behind them the moment they emerged. They would instantly lose all hope, their nerves becoming chaotic, their spirits breaking down, and their souls leaving their bodies. The only thing left for them to do was to kill themselves for the rest of their lives. Those were all real situations that had happened before, situations that he had witnessed. There were some unlucky worlds where not only were their world barriers extraordinarily thick, but they were also located in the middle of nowhere. There was really nothing around them other than their own world light. If it were anyone else, they would have doubted themselves and instantly fell into an endless cycle of blind thoughts, unable to break free. And as the forerunner of that world, if he could not sort out his own collapse before he returned, perhaps the entire world would fall into despair along with him. Still, such situations were rare now. It would probably only happen when new worlds appeared at the same time as the turn of eras, as well as the unlucky situations just described. At present, the void was extraordinarily lively. There were not many worlds that were less than 10 billion years old, and the specially modified cluster of light in the divine realm had existed for several eras without dying. That was why it was no wonder that they were surprised when they discovered the sealed world, especially when they found out that there was a forerunner in that sealed world. Every world has no lack of life forms that have seen through the truth. As for what happens after knowing the truth, that is a matter for the future. Whether they use all their power to break out of this cage, or give up after countless failures, it all depends on the fate of that world. That is one of the final barriers to challenging the natural order, and there are not many worlds that can rely on their own power to leap out of the cradle. What you see now is actually the result of many worlds connecting themselves over a long period of time. After the void upheaval, the void was quite desolate for quite a long period of time. As Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji talked about the void, Dao Heaven sat beside them in a daze. She had already broken free from her blank state, but she was still a little dazed. She looked at the bonfire in front of her, fidgeting from time to time. No one knew what she was thinking. That is the process of exhausting the power of the entire world. Yes, that is how it should be, but there are also situations like this in this world. So when I see those struggling pioneers, I can't help but want to help. I feel like I'm seeing my past self. Yun Nuoxing grinned. When Lord Feng was still weak, Jing Yuanji couldn't help but think about that time. Her eyes flashed, and she hugged her knees with both hands. It was as if she could imagine it, but it was also as if she couldn't imagine it. At that time, she probably wasn't even born yet. Although the distant void wasn't as lively as it was now, there should be some irreplaceable splendor that belonged to that time. Phew, Dao Heaven suddenly exhaled a long breath. His actions were a little exaggerated, and Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji both turned their attention to him. She turned around, and her eyes were twinkling in the light of the bonfire. She seemed to have come back to her senses. Have you come back to your senses? Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and asked in a soft voice. Dao Heaven nodded and met Jing Yuanji's gaze. After a moment, his expression became a little strange, and he muttered, "What a cruel big sister." She didn't hesitate to tear apart other people's dreams. I almost broke down. Now that he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. After all, she was the leader of the path of the heavens, a being at the peak of the heavenly god realm. She had fought in the starry sky for countless years, so how could she be so shaken by a few words? It was just a little mental suggestion. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and admitted it without hesitation. That was just a dream, but it was a perfect dream that was created with too many unnecessary prayers, expectations, and reality. It wasn't used to deceive oneself and satisfy oneself. It was just a rope that pulled you down when you fell into the abyss. It was too dangerous, so it was better to destroy it as soon as possible. Right now, you were only in a trance for a while. With your previous state of mind, if you really faced that hopeless situation, you should know the consequences. It's just a mental breakdown. Dao Heaven bared his teeth at Jing Yuanji. This godforsaken world, if there's a situation worse than this outside, Yun Nuoxing frowned. Was this the will to die? But there was no need for that at all. Just die? Giving up so easily? What if what you saw was just an illusion and the truth was hidden behind layers of illusions, and you gave up on everything because you didn't know about it? Dao Heaven's fake smile slowly disappeared, and he stared at the person in front of him seriously. He had never looked at someone so seriously before. She couldn't see anything from those black eyes, and she couldn't see through him. If she kept staring, she felt as if she would fall into the abyss, into the cycle of reincarnation, and her consciousness would sink into that pure darkness until she fell to the bottom of the abyss, and the abyss became a mirror, and she suddenly saw herself. She snapped back to reality, and the girl with different pupils clenched her fists and suddenly said, "Big sister, you seem to know a lot of things." "That's right, I know a lot, more than all of you combined. But that doesn't represent everything." Yun Nuoxing nodded. Dao Heaven stood up, patted the dust off his body, and smiled sweetly with his hands behind his back. "Big sister, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not someone who gives up easily. Well, I'm indeed a little impatient, and I'm in a hurry to succeed. During the chaos period, every opportunity, every time I see that uncontrollable deadline approaching, every time I see that opportunity slip away, I get more worried. I don't have anyone to talk to, so I'm just anxious like this. Under such circumstances, even the path of the heavens that I lead has become dangerous, and I've become a madman. Big sister, I promise you, I'll destroy that dream that was born from the mistake. So, can you listen to me? It seems like there's not much time left. Yin Nuashing nodded. Indeed, there's not much time left. The chaos period is about to begin. Ah, as expected, big sister, you've received the news from somewhere. Dao Heaven blinked, and his jade-like hand brushed his long hair behind his ear. Because the last chaos period was very intense, the calm period this time has lasted for quite a long time. I don't know what the chaos period will be like this time, but judging from how everyone has returned to their peak condition, and how they have the strength to harass their neighbors before the chaos period has even begun, they're probably ready. I have a team that has been keeping an eye on the situation in various parts of the universe. They've been integrating the small changes in various places, and they've calculated that the next chaos period is not far away. There's also some news that the various forces have been consolidating their own forces, and I'm afraid that they've also received the news and are preparing for battle. The blood nebula that has been wandering around, it's not a good place, and I have a bad feeling about it. During the chaos period this time, there will probably be a lot of people harassing us. During the calm period, the path of the heavens had stirred up quite a number of beehives, and they're probably waiting for this time to settle the score. Dao Heaven glanced at Yun Nuashing, and when he saw the latter looking at him with a faint smile, he blushed and coughed dryly, intending to finish his words in one breath. Big sister, the ultimate secret that I've mentioned to you before, the way to leave this world, is that we don't have enough strength, and we need your help. We need to go to a special place, and the boundary barrier there will become weak during the chaos period. However, even if it's a weakened boundary barrier with our strength, we still won't be able to break through it. At that time, you'll need our strength, right? Yun Nuashing smiled, faintly. By the way, there will be a lot of small fries along the way, and you want me to help you deal with them, right? Ahem. Dao Heaven coughed dryly, and his face blushed. Those small fries. Ahem. The path of the heavens is strong enough to deal with them, but will waste a lot of time on the way. The weakness of the boundary barrier depends on the time. Ahem. It's not good to drag it out too long. Big sister. But I'm not forcing you to help me. Yun Nuashing smiled brightly. Can you be a little more straightforward? Why don't you help me while you're at it? I'm really worried that if we drag it out, we'll find out that something isn't right. I mean the last sentence. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and did not comment. He knew that there were loopholes in the world barrier, and he had seen them before. However, he had never seen a situation like what she had described. It was as if there was a convulsion in the world barrier, and its strength was unstable. Just listening to it made him feel that something was wrong. If it were not for the fact that he was worried that a series of problems would cause unnecessary effects, he would have already broken through the world barrier. As for what kind of strange things would happen, he was not sure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, and Yun Nuashing shrugged. All right. Seeing that you were almost scared to death by me, and seeing that we're trespassing on private property, I'll go with you. If necessary, we'll help. But to deal with the boundary barrier, we'll have to save up a little bit of energy. So, try to solve the problems on the way. Jing Yuanji could not help but roll her eyes at her master. Dao Heaven could not find fault with this reason, but she knew that Master Feng was just looking for an excuse to be lazy. Well, it was good to be lazy so that he would not be used as free labor. Dao Heaven reached out his hand with a smile. So, We've reached a consensus. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and reached out to shake Dao Heaven's hand. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, she suddenly pulled his hand forward. Her face almost occupied his entire vision, and the corner of her mouth pulled into a sly smile. Then, "I'll have to trouble you, big brother." Uffed, Jing Yuanji finally could not help but laugh. After Yun Nuoshing glanced at her with a grin, she suddenly looked like she was looking at the dark sea in the distance. Her face was calm and distant, as if she did not hear anything. But seeing her body trembling slightly, Dao Heaven knew that she was trying hard to hold it in. She was feeling uncomfortable all over, and her pretty face was red. "I'm not lying to you. You're the one who thinks so." Yun Nuoshing sighed and pulled his hand back. This time, he successfully pulled his hand back. He looked at Dao Heaven, who was looking at him with a strange smile. "Then, why did you suddenly realize?" The girl with different pupils stretched her hand forward. "I noticed it the first time I touched it. Even your life force is different. But at that time, I was so scared by Big Brother that I couldn't move. Seeing that you didn't explain, I had no choice but to say it now." "Ah." As she spoke, she let out a cry of surprise. Yun Nuoshing subconsciously looked around and did not find anything out of the ordinary, so he said, "What's wrong? Was the territory attacked, or did something happen?" The girl with different pupils was stunned for a while, as if her consciousness was not here. Yun Nuoshing could only wait patiently. After a while, he saw her come back to her senses. I was just leisurely for a while. The fleet hasn't lifted their alert, and the chaos period hasn't officially begun, and they've already attacked us. It's a situation of an army invasion." She suddenly looked into the distance and fell silent for a while. Then she lowered her head and muttered to herself, "Anyway, I don't need to use it anymore. This is the biggest and last chance I've found. If this trip fails, there's no point in continuing." Hearing some unpleasant words, Yun Nuoshing frowned. "What are you talking about?" Boom, a violent roar came from the distant land, and the whole planet seemed to tremble violently. Yun Nuoshing thought that it was another explosion of distorted energy. He turned his attention to the core of the planet and the girl beside him, but he did not see any reaction from the two. On the contrary, he saw something that surprised him a little. The planet was fading, and a considerable part of it was becoming transparent. The surface of the planet, the mountains, the sea, the forest, the four-story art city in the distance that he had been complaining about for a few minutes, and the countless lives in it, all of them were becoming transparent and fading. Finally, with a slight tremor, they disappeared like reflections in water. The whole process was faint, and there was not a single bit of energy leaking out. All of the living and non-living things had disappeared, as if they were not real in the first place. The bonfire that was still there a moment ago had also disappeared. Under their feet was a stone planet that had shrunk a few times, and only a layer of dust floated on the stone planet. The place where they were standing was only about 100 feet away from the energy core. Illusion. Jing Yuanji was stunned as she looked at the scene in front of her that had suddenly turned into a dark, starry sky. She did not come back to her senses for a long time. She looked at the girl with different pupils. She lowered her head, and her eyes went through a daze and sobriety, as if she had just woken up. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed as he looked around. He looked at the star system that had existed just a moment ago. Everything had disappeared, and in the end, only the ball and the energy core were left. Even a little further away, things had disappeared. For example, he had left a little energy mark on the half-moon star that they had just come from. Now, there was only a cold, starry sky, and nothing existed there. What did you do? Jing Yuanji was puzzled. It's a dream, a dream. The dream has materialized, and replaced the reality here. Yun Nuoshing suddenly reacted and understood something. He lowered his head and looked at the girl with different pupils who was still in the process of waking up from her dream. This first star does not exist at all. Everything is just your dream? Although they were not on guard, they really did not realize that they were in a dream space because it was too real. It was so real that the world seemed to really exist. This kind of situation actually existed. People with strong enough spiritual power could create their own spiritual world. And the dream world was actually one of them. A dream created a world, kept in the depths of the spiritual world, and would not be annihilated when one woke up from the dream. Because it was a very real dream, it could even deceive oneself, so it was very difficult to recognize. Well, he would never admit that he did not recognize it because he was too relaxed. The girl with different pupils was at a loss for a while. She suddenly raised her head and said with a smile, "Big Brother's expression is so interesting. I didn't expect you guys to not recognize it." Hee. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He took a deep breath and said, "Well, it seems that there are still some things that I need to understand. However, it seems that now is not the time to talk about this. We were attacked, right? Well, it's not that urgent. Let's talk as we walk. Big Brother will like this story." The girl with different pupils shook her head and pointed in a direction in the starry sky. She kept the planet under her feet and then flew forward with Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing. "Big Brother, do you still remember that story? The liege of the path of the heavens during a period of chaos. Because he was trapped in that period of chaos, he lost his rationality and killed his friends. That story is actually about me. Before that day came, I was just an ordinary life form in the heavenly God realm, an ordinary life form trapped in this world. That day, when I woke up from a nightmare and saw an even more terrifying nightmare, I went crazy. However, maybe because I was too ordinary, the resentment and hatred in my heart were not enough to make me fall into another level of madness. I was like a puppet that had lost its heart and soul. I led the remaining members of the Path of the Heavens who were already awake and started revenge. However, I couldn't find the target of my revenge because I didn't know what was going on during the period when I lost my rationality. I could only blindly pour flames everywhere that I could see. Like a madman, I fought indiscriminately and destroyed indiscriminately. I can't remember which period of chaos it was. Because of my madness, I provoked everyone. When the period of chaos came, I fell into a trap that was specially prepared by many parties. In the end, we perished together with the 10 times difference in combat power. The path of the heavens was completely destroyed. I thought that I was going to die, but I stubbornly survived. I survived in a world that was already empty. Wait, the path of the heavens was completely destroyed. Then, those ships of yours. Yun Nuoshing's expression trembled. Tao Heaven pointed at his temple and smiled. "They're all here, Big Brother. However, they're still there because they still need that power. That was the last struggle I made before I died. I created a dream to deceive myself and others. It's funny, isn't it? Even the path of the heavens, which is now known as the nest of lunatics, is just my dream. In the entire path of the heavens, there's only me, Tao Heaven." Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji's cheeks trembled. They felt a chill run down their spines. "Lord Feng, this spiritual power, it's enough to break into the origin realm. As long as it can keep up in other aspects, it won't be a problem. However, it's limited by the suppression of this world. It can't reach that realm yet." What a crazy guy. Jing Yuanji nodded. Then, she suddenly shook her head. She looked at Tao Heaven and said, "This is a crazy product born from this crazy world. I'm afraid that after that incident, the previous Tao Heaven had already died. Now what's left is Yin Nuoxing suddenly covered her small mouth, and Jing Yuanji's pretty face turned red. She tilted her head and saw Yun Nuoxing shaking his head at her with a slightly dignified expression. She immediately understood and shut her mouth. There's no other way. Since I found out that I'm still alive, no matter what's left to keep me alive, I have to continue living. Dao Heaven frowned and smiled bitterly. Therefore, our shared dream became the only reason that kept me alive. I made an agreement with her to leave this locked world together. For that, I didn't hesitate to sacrifice everything. However, I don't have anything else to sacrifice. So, when I found Big Brother and Big Sister, I'm a little excited. Dao Heaven turned around and looked at them. He stuck out his tongue and smiled like a flower. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other and shrugged. It's really a complicated world. Chapter 1383. A life's consciousness could be so powerful that it was unimaginable. Obsession, even resentment, and the power bestowed upon oneself was like a curse that no one knew or understood. The power born from these two words pushed the most powerful group in the world towards reincarnation, constantly moving between the world and reincarnation. It could make a few unlucky people struggle for dozens of eras without giving up. To put it simply, it could make the people in front of him act like lunatics. All of this was just because they had regrets in their hearts that they couldn't stop. Boom. Bang. After taking a direct hit from the energy impact, the barrier rippled violently. Yun Nuoxing stood on the golden-painted, medium-sized ship. She looked at the bow of the ship, which was completely different from the other ships around it. Seeing the fierce battle in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. She felt that ever since she came to this world, there hadn't been much peace. If it wasn't a battle, it was boom, boom. It was an explosion. The sky was filled with a huge explosion of energy. It was aimed at the people from the hunting cloud star cluster. They were the group of blue-painted people who attacked them without saying a word the last time they barged in. There were so many of them. Other than them, there were also 2 or 3 fleets that she didn't recognize. There weren't many of them, but they looked very majestic among the dazzling blue fleets. They hid behind their giant turtle shells and pretended to shoot arrows. This made Yun Nuoxing want to use order disintegration to kill all of them. 4 times the number. The hunting cloud star cluster came out in full force. There are also some two-faced people around. Did they think that they could wipe out the path of the heavens in one blow? So they joined in? Dao Heaven stood beside them and looked at the fleets that were chasing after them with all their might. Her slender eyebrows raised slightly. This scene is really like that day when she was in danger and faced with 10 times the opponent's strength. How did she manage to kill her way out? How did she manage to bring the enemy down with her? She didn't even remember. She only remembered that the scene before her was very similar to that day. Only this time, there weren't so many of them. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her. This time, he paid attention to the situation of her spiritual energy. It was like a vast net that covered the entire starry sky, releasing spiritual energy in all directions. The existence of the entire path of the heavens was just her dream. In the entire path of the heavens, she was the only one who truly existed in the real world. The others, the territories, the planets, the ships, the armies, and the combatants were all alternative existences that were projected into the real world from her dream. At this moment, she seemed to be mobilizing that power. Let me say this first. Yun Nuoxing looked at the stars. Although you said that you wanted us to preserve our strength, we are much stronger than you think. Don't fight us if you can't handle it. Big sister, are you worried about me? The girl with different pupils tilted her head and smiled. Oh, I'm wrong. Big brother, you're lying. Don't worry, this is all. In the dream that I've been running for 10,000 years, I'm invincible. Even the blood nebula can't shake the most powerful force of the path of the heavens. She was surrounded by reflections that projected the stars. There were hundreds and thousands of reflections. In the dark background of the stars, there were golden fleets that were rapidly gathering. They emerged from every territory of the path of the heavens, from every place that was green a moment ago but turned into a stone planet in the next second, or even from a cluster of nebulas. It was like a huge colony of ants that were rapidly gathering. Yun Nuoshing saw this scene and could not help but squint. No wonder there were not many signs of combat personnel on the half-moon planet and the first planet. She did not plan to live there at all. In the dream, there was a clear division of peace and war, the beautiful planets that were used to decorate the peaceful scene, and the war mobilization part that consisted only of combat personnel. After all, she was the only one in the entire path of the heavens. She could do whatever she wanted. She was the main character of this dream. As long as she had enough spiritual power, spreading the golden fleets across the stars was a small matter. So Yun Nuoshing saw this phenomenon. Looking at this place from afar, she could see the golden fleets emerging from every corner of the path of the heavens. Then, like water droplets, streams, they gathered in the direction of their fleet from countless directions. Moreover, it was a linear gathering, under the condition that their speed did not change. Every fleet that came to support would merge into the main fleet without any obstacles when they arrived. After all, it is her own dream. It is normal for her to have such a degree of control. The little angel also saw this situation through his senses. She could not help but stick out her tongue. Although that was the case, it felt a little too exaggerated. If a small part of the fleet was sent to intercept those fleets in advance, they might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone gather reinforcements. However, it was obvious that he and the little angel had underestimated this little girl's craziness. Looking at the entire battlefield, there were indeed some fleets that were intercepted halfway, and they were fleets that they had never seen before. They had only been in this world for less than half a month, and it was already good enough for them to see a few leader-level forces. It did not matter if those small fries and crab generals knew about it or not. However, their interceptions were not successful. All the fleets that intercepted them were shocked to find that their targets disappeared into thin air before their eyes before they could even fire a single shot of energy. Yun Nuoshing could clearly see that those fleets that disappeared turned back into spiritual energy in an instant, and then quickly crossed the distant stars. They only turned back into fleets when they approached the main fleet. The many dream beings in the fleets did not feel anything wrong at all, and were still shouting and relaying information to the main fleet. Yun Nuoshing did some calculations. If the path of the heavens abandoned all of its territory and gathered all of its forces, this fleet would probably be on par with the hunting cloud star cluster, and the former's combat power would be higher. With this calculation, he could slack off. The chaotic period will arrive in less than 2 hours. Tao Heaven suddenly said at this critical moment. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and glanced at her. Her fair hands, which were resting on the edge of the boat, were trembling slightly. The shadow that the chaotic period had cast on her would not dissipate so easily. Even though she knew that the past few chaotic periods had been relatively peaceful, it was hard to say whether the next chaotic period would have a stroke or if something would happen. At this critical juncture, she was still incomparably nervous. The murderous decisiveness on her face had faded a lot. Like a little girl who was not used to the night, she wanted to find a corner to curl up, cover her head, and pretend that she did not know anything. The huge energy impact on the barrier made her so nervous that her body trembled slightly. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the starry sky and said, "It's only 2 hours. It will be here in a while. It's nothing." according to the current time. When your fleet is almost done gathering, it will be here in 2 hours. The girl with different pupils let out a dry laugh, her pretty face full of worry. She stretched out her hand to the side, stealthily grabbing onto Yun Nuoxing's clothes. She lightly tugged and said, "Big brother, listen to me. If something happens, just keep walking along this path. Don't change directions. Just keep walking towards that dot of blue starlight until you reach the end. I've left a mark there. When the time is right, you can break through the barrier." Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at her. Seeing that she was trembling for some unknown reason, he could not help but frown. "What do you mean? Didn't you bear the wishes of two people and must get out of this locked world?" "That's the case, but yes, that's enough. There's nothing else to say. We're the opportunity that you've been waiting for a long time, right? Since that's the case, don't give up so easily. Seize this opportunity and keep going until your wish is fulfilled." Dao Tian looked at him with a complicated expression. There was no fear or worry in his black eyes. Instead, there was a calmness that showed no fear at all. It was as if no matter what happened in the world, it was nothing more than a game to him. She could not help but calm down a little when she saw those eyes that were filled with magic. Bang! "Well, let's put those troublesome matters aside for now." Patting her hand that almost tore his clothes apart, Yun Nuoxing pointed into the distance. "Anyway, how about we get rid of those annoying flies first? They're chasing us like idiots. It's a little annoying." Dao Heaven's cheeks trembled slightly as he looked at him with a complicated expression. Letting go of her hand, he walked to the side to give orders. He was giving orders to this dream and not the combatants. The hunting cloud star cluster and the many shrimp soldiers and crab generals would never imagine that they were actually fighting against a huge dream. The chase went on for a long time, and the continuous flames of war could be drawn into a huge wall in space. Along the way, countless things were destroyed. In this situation, the path of the Heavens fleet was getting bigger and bigger. More and more fleets were slowly gathering in this large army. The energy attacks from the hunting cloud star cluster had also reached a level where they could fight head-on without anyone noticing, and the energy bursting out was even more frenzied. Yun Nuoxing saw with her own eyes a ship burning all of its energy before unleashing an attack that was several times its energy limit. Perhaps one life-risking strike was nothing, but if there were hundreds of such attacks, even the huge golden barrier would be a little overwhelmed. Furthermore, the path of the Heavens side had not been able to use all of their combat power since the beginning. In this situation where one was chasing while the other was fighting back, the individual combatants were a little restrained and could not join the battle at this time. An extremely long battle line would cause them to sacrifice themselves for nothing. They could only stand at the tail end to strengthen the barrier, or use long-range attacks to deal with the pursuers. Yun Nuoxing looked at the gradually diminishing image, and once again looked at the battlefield that had moved a great distance away. The fleets that were gathering like raindrops in a stream were now very few. There were only a dozen or so fleets left, and she estimated that they would arrive in 5 or 6 minutes at the latest. Moreover, she also noticed that Dao Heaven seemed to be deliberately controlling their speed, like a ship that was about to reach the shore, and was slowly slowing down. The energy of the main army, her mental power, was also gradually gathering behind them. It seemed that they were planning to launch a counterattack the moment they gathered. "How far are we from the place you mentioned?" Yun Nuoxing looked at the boundless space. The stars around them had become much sparser, and they were all blazing and huge stars. They were already close to the edge, and she did not know how many territories had been crossed in the battle just now. "We've been in the ownerless land for an hour. Since we're not moving at full speed, I can't calculate exactly how far we are. At this speed, we'll probably be there in about 4 to 6 hours, right? Roughly? Dao Heaven counted with his fingers for a while, and then showed a silly smile. Before he could say anything, his expression suddenly became a little serious, and then a little depressed. Yun Nuoshing was not used to the speed at which Dao Heaven's expression changed one after another. She was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly said faintly, "There's still 20 minutes. Yun Nuoshing was stunned, and then reacted, "Ah, the chaotic period, right? Well, I also feel something." He turned his head and looked at Jing Yuanji. She nodded and pointed in a direction. Yun Nuoshing looked in that direction. The explosion of energy did not affect him. He looked at the direction she pointed, and his soul quietly spread out along the starry sky. Throughout the starry sky, he felt a faint hostility, no, a sense of rejection. He had heard others say that the environment in the starry sky was terrible, but he had not experienced it once. At this moment, he felt it for real. It filled the entire starry sky, and the feeling came from all directions, as if he was being rejected by something. It's distorted energy. Jing Yuanji whispered. She had been observing the movements in the starry sky, and was much more competent than a certain lazy observer. Since 10 minutes ago, the distorted energy in the starry sky has become a little restless. Their energy slowly seeped into every inch of space. Two adjacent distorted energy, no matter how far apart they are, will be connected through energy, little by little weaving into a large net of distorted energy. Lord Feng, even the insides of those stars have that kind of energy. I feel it. Yun Nuoshing looked at the sun in the distance, and then remembered that he had stopped beside the sun to absorb energy. Before that, he did not feel that the stars were also filled with distorted energy. It was probably their huge size that covered the energy waves coming from their cores. It was only when the chaotic period approached that Yun Nuoshing was rioting. Of course, he would never admit that it was because he was not serious. Speaking of which, after he came to this world, he had repeatedly noticed many things late because of his carelessness and inattentiveness. In the past, that would have been a big taboo. At first, he thought that the arrival of the chaos period would be like the arrival of the great samsara. After holding back for 20 eras, the world's most violent energy fireworks would destroy everything in an instant. Now, he knew that the chaos period would come slowly, and there would still be some time before it would arrive. Dao Heaven might be anxiously waiting for the arrival of the chaos period, or he might have sensed that the atmosphere in the starry sky was getting worse. Yun Nuoshing's eyes flashed slightly, and he quickly retracted his gaze from the distant land and looked at Dao Heaven beside him. He inadvertently saw a red pattern on the edge of her neck. It was a sign and proof that the life of this world had adapted to the distorted energy. It seemed that the distorted energy that was spreading out had affected the life of this world. Hey, are you okay? Yun Nuoshing shook the shoulder of the girl with different pupils. She tilted her head and looked at him, showing a standard smile. I'm okay. I can still hold on. Yun Nuoshing looked at the situation in other parts of the starry sky and realized that the fleet of the path of the heavens that he did not notice earlier had stopped. The bows of the ships were all facing the blue fleet, and their energy was fully unleashed. The fleet that had gathered was about to destroy the enemy that had been chasing them all this time. However, what was unusual was that the blue fleet that had been attacking them with all their might just now had quietened down. They used more than half of their energy to defend themselves, and only a portion of their energy was left to attack. This strange phenomenon made him think of the saying of putting one's face up for others to slap. He did not expect to see it happen. **T. There was obviously something fishy going on. As a major force in the starry sky, the leader of the hunting cloud star cluster could not possibly have lost his mind. After chasing them for half a day and attacking until the enemy's entire fleet had gathered, the leader of the hunting cloud star cluster could not possibly be stupid. Anyone with an IQ of more than 2 digits would be able to tell that there was something fishy going on, but as for how, unfortunately, he could not figure it out. However, reality proved that even if the number of ships was 1-to-1, and even if their combat power was higher, it would not be easy for the Path of the Heavens fleet to kill them if the enemy was determined to hide here. After attacking for half a day, the defensive barrier did not even have a crack. Say, do you think there would really be people in this world who would put their face up for others to slap them, especially when their leader is a peak heavenly god? Yun Nuoxing's eyes flashed, and he suddenly asked Jing Yuanji. Jing Yuanji was stunned. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. I don't think so. For them to do such a thing, it only proves that they have some purpose for doing so. Oh, such as? Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly and shook her head. I'm not sure either, Lord Foam. We know too little about this world. Most of the information we have is from hearsay. The seal on the concept layer of laws cannot be easily broken, and we are restricted. There is no way for us to obtain all the information about this world from the World Core. Indeed, they had not been in this world for long, and they were suddenly involved in such a major event. Furthermore, they were restricted from doing such things, so it was inevitable that they would not be able to react in time. To be honest, a third of his mind was still in a daze. Not long ago, his memories were of him being blasted into this world, and he had experienced it under such circumstances. A great battle, a double battle, running, traveling, being caught, trespassing, chattering all the way, and then fighting again in the blink of an eye. He did not know if it was because he was used to being lazy, but he felt that the past few days had been too fulfilling, so much so that when he thought about it, it felt like many days had passed. Ah, no, his imagination was running wild again. He felt a little irritated when he saw the other side, huddling there like a turtle doing something. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Yunjun, ahem, you can feel the atmosphere in the starry sky, right? It's about time. Planet Pyrolite has finished all the preparations, so I'm just here to say hello to you. Earlier, the monarch wanted me to tell you something. He wanted me to remind you not to forget it. It's very important. Ahem, that's it. Good luck to you, and good luck to us. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in his mind. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Just as he was about to reply, the other side had already cut off the communication in a hurry, as if he was saying his last words of farewell or something. Was it not a good idea for him to think about this now? Big brother, it's almost time. Just as he was feeling suspicious, more and more fog appeared in his head. When he turned around, he saw the girl with strange eyes looking at him with a relaxed and almost defenseless expression. Her small hands held his hands and stuffed something into his palms. He was slightly stunned. When he raised his hands, he saw a golden bead about the size of 2 thumbs. It contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, and he could vaguely see a small person. A miniature version of Tao Heaven was curled up inside the golden bead, curled up as if he was sleeping. Spirit core? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He raised his head and was about to ask her what she was doing when he suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. It was very quiet, and he had not heard the sound of energy bombardment for a few minutes. When he raised his head, he saw her pretty face. Her pretty little face was covered in red veins. Originally, he could see some mischievous and demure expressions on her face, but now he could only feel that she was very demonic and evil. Moreover, the red veins were still spreading all over her face. Red veins were even climbing up her hands. Hey, Buffed, big brother, you liar. Why aren't you guys affected? Tao Heaven suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled. Amidst the strange atmosphere that made one's liver tremble, his pleasant laughter sent a chill down one's spine. Why aren't we affected at all? Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across many places. He saw the group from the Hunter Cloud Star Cluster, and the red veins all over their bodies as well. Then he thought about the 1 or 2 words that seemed to be a farewell and a funeral. Although he was not enlightened at the moment, he instinctively felt that something was not right and could not help frowning. Why aren't we affected? Use your little brain to think. Aren't you very smart? He. I can't think of that. The girl with different pupils flirtatiously brushed her long hair behind her ear and stuck out her little tongue. Big brother, you liar. You don't let me guess, but I've been guessing. You don't let me trick you, but I've been tricking you. It's just that I've been more careful, guessing from little details that none of you would notice. None of you would bother to hide anything, and none of you would even be bothered to find out. Hey, now isn't the time to talk about that. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. I'm just too lazy to care. Tao Heaven? Before he could finish his words, the girl with strange pupils suddenly froze like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Her pair of beautiful eyes lost their light and became empty. The red light from the red patterns on her body was very strange and a little scary. The hum of laws suddenly swept across the stars. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji's expressions changed abruptly. They could feel that the conceptual layer of laws had been opened for an instant and closed for an instant. In that instant, they sensed an energy so distorted that it disgusted them to the core, flowing within the conceptual layer of laws, reversing all laws in that instant. A circle of bright red light burst out of nowhere, spreading through the entire starry sky in an instant. The energy light that was as dense as their realm affected the entire starry sky in an instant. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched as his gaze slowly swept across the stars. Hostility. Everywhere he looked and sensed, there was frenzied hostility. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. Chapter 1384. The reversal of the rules was not like turning into a reflection in a mirror, nor was it simply turning good into bad. If one had to use a word to describe the result, it would probably be negation. The rules of this world, the rules that made up a normal world, had all been negated. To put it bluntly, it was turning hostile. At this moment, there was still a complete set of rules in this world, but the facts and reality described by those rules were collapsed and wrong. To give a simple example, the cycle of life and death, the opposition between life and death, these meanings that stood at the level of rules were all negated and broken. Life and death may have blurred the boundaries and may not have any specific meaning. Living life was in the normal state, and death was also in the normal state, and would not enter the state of death because of death. To be specific, Yun Nuoxing felt that a pot of tea and a few years' worth of chatter would not be enough. In short, the current situation was as if they had come to a world that was made up of wrong and chaotic rules that were recognized by the void. Yes, to put it more simply, it was as if the level of space had been switched and the deeper space was exposed before them. Then, the whole world was silent. Yes, it was quiet. Even though the entire starry sky was filled with that kind of distorted, chaotic, and uncomfortable hostility, it was still so quiet that it was as if the whole world was dead. Tao Heaven was standing in front of them, and there were more than 100,000 ships gathered here, and they were filled with life, both from the dream and the real world. Everyone was here, standing at the place where the upheaval happened, but he and Jing Yuanji still had the feeling that there was no one around, and the world was silent, as if there were lifeless puppets around them. Tao Heaven's body was occupied by red patterns, which contained twisted energy. They were similar to divine runes and demonic runes, and they contained a large amount of twisted energy and twisted natural law power. It was as if they were being controlled by this power and natural law power. It was not just this place. It was likely that all the life forms in the universe had become like this. Yun Nuoshing walked up to Dao Heaven and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Dao Heaven's beautiful eyes were lifeless and occupied by the distorted patterns. The whites of her eyes were engraved with red patterns, looking ferocious and demonic. Lord Feng, there is no reaction of consciousness, including those from the Hunter Cloud star cluster who came after us. Jing Yuanji had disappeared 10 seconds ago and quickly swam around the blue fleet before returning. She shook her head at Yun Nuoshing. I can't sense any consciousness, soul, intelligence, or spirituality. It's like all the lives we've seen are soulless puppets. They're all puppets. Yun Nuoshing frowned and reached out to pinch Dao Heaven's cheeks. It was soft. Well, he was not just trying to feel it. Cough, cough. Generally speaking, there were still signs of life. They would not have fallen into some strange place or twisted race unless Vast Sky worked together with a bunch of peak reciprocity experts and used that method on him. Otherwise, it would not be effective. What he wanted to say was that Dao Heaven was a real life, and she had been talking to them a few minutes ago. However, he really could not sense any remnant signs of consciousness, soul, or spirituality. Compared to that, can you sense the presence of this space? Yun Nuoshing turned his head to look at the space and could not help but sigh. The twisted energy has taken over the entire space. The entire space is filled with the presence of that energy, and so are the laws. It's exactly the same as when we barged into their territory. The opposite of this world, the so-called period of peace and chaos, are actually the front and back of this world. Jing Yuanji also recognized that feeling and frowned. Then, she couldn't help but shake her head. But to make a world show two completely different natures, and to let it switch at will, is such a thing really possible? It's possible with specially modulated worlds, but it takes a lot of effort. First, you have to separate the concept of laws into two parts that are completely equal. Then, you have to let one part affect the space of the world normally, while the other part can be adjusted according to your wishes. Then, you have to set a condition in the middle to switch them as you wish. Of course, it sounds very simple, but because it's all in the same concept of laws, there are many laws that need to be carefully controlled. If the slightest leakage or imbalance occurs, the entire world will be split in two right before your eyes and then collapse. Yun Nuoshing clenched her hands. At the very least, that's what we sensed the moment the concept of laws was opened. There are other methods that can achieve the same effect, but since we're not here to study these, there's no need to continue. Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly. She could tell that the method was very dangerous just from the sound of it. If she casually stirred up trouble in the level of laws, even peak reciprocity experts would not be able to deal with her if she made a single mistake. Moreover, even if she succeeded, the power of the laws would become extremely weak because they had been split in half. In other words, everything in this world would become a lot weaker. That's right. No wonder there isn't a single Empyrean god of origin in this world at the border between the upper and middle realms. It's because the concept of laws has been split in half. Jing Yuanji came to a realization. There was an explanation for this. Standing on the ship and feeling the silence of outer space, Jing Yuanji's expression became rather strange. Master Feng, do you still remember what Dao Tian and Xing he said? The chaotic period is a period of war across outer space, and logically speaking, there should have been many extinctions, changes in organizations, and other major events. However, they're just standing here, not moving at all. How can they let those things happen? Yun Nuoshing twirled a strand of hair around her temples. After a while, she tossed it behind her and walked around Dao Heaven a few times. Her gaze carefully examined her body, and the place where it lingered the most was her eyes. In a world where the laws change, it is only natural to act according to another law. Just like you said, the peaceful period and the chaotic period are two modes that exist in this world at the same time. One is positive, while the other is negative. When they switch, perhaps some law will come into play, causing the life of this world to be split in half. Come and take a look. Yun Nuoxing pulled Jing Yuanji to Dao Tian and pointed at her strange eyes. Look into the depths of her eyes carefully. Use your divine right, your soul, or some other means to look into the depths. What do you see? Jing Yuanji focused her attention on Dao Tian's strange eyes. She widened her eyes and looked into the depths of Dao Tian's eyes. She stared deep inside as if she wanted to see through her heart and soul, and then see everything she knew. Then she saw it and could not help but widen her eyes. It was a scene of a battle. The sky was filled with golden and blue fleets fighting. It was a scene reflected in the depths of Dao Tian's eyes. It was as if there was another real world in her eyes, a real world that they could not observe, but she could see what was happening in that world through some special means. Lady Phone, do you mean right now we're in the negative side of the world? It's a real space, and the consciousness of Dao Tian and the others, as well as the consciousness of every life in this world, are all in the positive side. However, the positive side is affected by the negative side. Judging from the situation in this negative side, such thick distorting energy and such powerful distorting laws are at the level of origin. It's too easy for such energy to affect the positive side. After all, the two sides are fundamentally one. They're the same world, but they have different laws and different environments. Yin Nuoxing pointed at Dao Tian and the starry sky. All right, that's troublesome. Jing Yuanji smiled bitterly and shook her head. What should we do now? Go back to the positive side and save them? By the way, since we're in different sides, we shouldn't be able to affect each other, right? Yun Nuoxing shook his head when he heard that. He raised his head and pointed at the large blue fleet in the distance with his chin. Those things that were quiet like decorations suddenly emitted a huge energy flame, and then turned into a large ball of energy that was exploding, turning into a ball of light. With a burst of energy, it disappeared without a trace, as if the ship had been attacked by an invisible attack and could not bear the burden and finally self-destructed. That's something that happened in the positive world, but we can directly observe what major changes have occurred, so it can be affected, and it's probably two-way. Dao Tian wants us to keep going forward along this path, and we'll be able to reach the gap in the world barrier. It'll be easy for us to shatter it, and she's the only one in the path of the ether, so we just have to take her and run as fast as we can. Yun Nuoxing said with a thoughtful look on her face. She could not help but frown. But right now, it's like they're deep in a dream. Even if we call them, they won't wake up. Even if we take her there, it's useless. Their consciousness is deep in the dream, and even if we take her away from this world, the ball of light won't be able to cut off the connection between them. I have to think of a way, he murmured softly. Before he could think of a solution, Dao Tian, who looked like a puppet with its strings cut, suddenly moved. The two who had been looking at her were stunned. They looked at each other, and just as they were about to observe if there was any special change, Dao Tian suddenly pounced toward Yun Nuoxing with a ferocious look on her face. The distorted energy that suddenly erupted from her body made the two's expressions change slightly. Yun Nuoxing quickly grabbed Dao Tian's arm and spun her around. Her right hand contained spiritual energy and soul, and she knocked the back of Dao Tian's head with an appropriate amount of force. Hiss! Then Dao Tian began to struggle even more violently. Strange sounds came out of her mouth, and it sounded like the roar of a wild beast. Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing's faces twitched when they saw this. She's really like a puppet. The spiritual energy and soul suppression don't work either. This is a body that can be easily controlled. Yun Nuoshing could not help but frown as she looked at Dao Tian, who was still flailing her arms. Everything was fine, just now. What happened over at the front world? Jing Yuanji stretched out her hand and waved it over Dao Tian's body. A blue light turned into a rope and tied half of her body in the dimensional power. She looked at the world that had been occupied by the distorted energy and was beginning to turn red. Could it be that she was affected by the situation here? A normal life of order would not be able to withstand this level of energy. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and shook her head. No, the order in her body has not changed. I've told you before that the distorted energy is more dangerous to us of the same level because its order is close to the edge of non-order. Such energy would affect our own order. On the other hand, our energy would also affect their collapse. The result of the collision between the two would be affected by whichever side wins. And since the distorted energy ultimately belongs to the side of order, it would be very easy for them to be at a disadvantage when clashing with us, who are pure order life forms. When facing the death mist of the abyss, it would be a real head-on battle. Oh, I've digressed. Yun Nuoshing coughed softly and brought the topic back to Dao Heaven, who was still struggling to break free from his bindings. But this girl has only gone mad. She hasn't changed in the slightest. She can only be treated as a lunatic. Tisk, it's probably because of this world. Lord Feng! Jing Yuanji suddenly exclaimed and interrupted him. When she saw him looking at her seriously, she smiled apologetically. In her opinion, it was not only impolite to interrupt her master's conversation, but it was also a great sin. However, she suddenly noticed something wrong. If she didn't say it quickly, she was afraid that she would forget it. Dao Tian is a life of order, a pure life of order. He is different from the half-orderized creatures of the distorted race. Yun Nuoshing nodded and frowned. Then Jing Yuanji pointed at the squid, who was writhing on the ground. How can a pure order life form possess distorted energy and maintain its order completely unchanged? Yun Nuoshing's eyes widened. She suddenly understood what was going on. This was different from the red pattern that appeared to adapt to the distorted energy in this world. The energy that erupted from Dao Tian's body was pure distorted energy, not the kind that existed like antibodies. However, a pure order life form and distorted energy were the opposite of each other. It was just like how there was no one in this world who possessed the element of nirvana and could remain unchanged. Oh, it seemed that he was the only one in this world who possessed the strange power of the element of nirvana. Anyway, that was what it meant. If you mix some soluble substances into water, the water would still look the same, but the inside would have changed. It might become salty, sweet, or bitter. But logically speaking, it was impossible to mix a pound of salt into the water and see the salt floating in the water while drinking tasteless plain water. That was probably what it meant. Yun Nuoshing's brain twitched. She suddenly said, "Jing Yuanji, strip her." Jing Yuanji's eyes widened in shock. She could not help but gulp. "Master Feng, now is not the time to do that. But don't worry, I will create a quiet place for you. I will also tie her up so that she won't struggle." Yun Nuoshing's brain twitched again. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and knocked on Jing Yuanji's head. "What are you thinking in that head of yours? Come closer and look at the distorted marks on her body. Then come and look at mine." Jing Yuanji let out a long sigh of relief. When she saw that Feng Darren had turned around, she approached the little beast who was struggling more and more violently. She pulled open her loose robes and touched her cold skin with her jade-like hands. The twisted energy contained in the red lines made Jing Yuanji feel very uncomfortable. She quickly examined it and stood up to shake her hand. Then she went to the former's side and lifted his white hand to touch the origin mark. Master Feng, I'm not very sure, but it feels the same. This refers to their function. They are probably used to store energy or something like that. After a moment, Jing Yuanji tilted her head and said in an uncertain tone, "If that's the case," Yin Nuoshing muttered and suddenly sighed, "I can probably connect the dots. Previously, when we were on an expedition to the 3,000 divine realms, I Ching brought a little boy and found a planet full of corpses and dying life forms. It was an experimental site used by the distorted races to match beings of order and distorted energy. Buried in the deepest part of it was a failed experiment. The order was very chaotic. Sometimes it leaned towards pure order, and sometimes it fell to a critical point. Its body even erupted with both order and distorted energy." Jing Yuanji listened and quickly nodded. She had read that report back and forth many times, trying to find some clues from some minor details, but it was all in vain. She recalled that shocking matter. Then a chill ran down her spine, and she couldn't help but shiver. Lord Feng, are you saying that all the lives in this world are the experimental subjects of those experimental sites, and that they are the successful batch? Based on the situation of their activities, I'm afraid that's really the case. Yin Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and nodded. Beings of order that could touch distorted energy without any defense, beings of order that could accommodate distorted energy without changing their own order, and beings that originated from all over the void. Just these 2 points alone made this conjecture 80% true. It seems that we did not find any other experimental sites in the 3,000 divine realms. It's not because they only have that one planet, but because they are all placed in other places in other void regions, infecting many areas of the void like a plague. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that they have been planning something for a long time, and it's something more deadly than targeting the realm of the gods. Jing Yuanji shuddered again. Could it be that we just happened to fall into their experimental site? There are also traces of their tampering in this world. It's an important experimental site or something. After hearing what she said, Yun Nuoshing quickly reacted. At first, he was stunned. Then his expression quickly became very strange. So, was this a good thing or a bad thing? First, he was tricked and blasted into an unknown area. Then, he discovered the shocking secret of the twisted race. It was probably a shocking secret. He accidentally entered their experimental site, just like how he accidentally abducted the little angel from the abyss. It's a good thing. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Not to mention the first two, if he said that the latter was a bad thing, the little angel in his soul was monitoring the whole time, and it would jump out and bite him. Anyway, we are probably close to the distorted race's territory, and it might be the kind that is relatively close. Then here's the question. What do we do now? Destroy this world, then sneak out, use deduction to follow the clues to find the place where Long Sky and the others are, and then do it? Don't be ridiculous. He alone, 3 people running over there might not be enough to kill them, but it would be very troublesome for them to get rid of everyone. Rushing into the enemy's camp alone to cut the grass sounded exciting, but if he relaxed a little, he would fall into a very dangerous situation. Sua, the Supreme One, had already tried it, although the difficulty of the place in front of him was reduced a little. It was not worthwhile for him to take the risk for this matter. Unless he knew exactly how much strength the other party had, and if he could beat them, then he would just rush in. If he could get a group of people, then the result would be different. Well, for the first time, he felt that this damn void shield was annoying to death. Oh, speaking of this, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and looked. He did not know where to look. Not long ago, he noticed a strange movement in the void, bringing with it a familiar aura. It was just a moment, a moment. It was so fast that he could not sense what it was. Maybe someone was coming, or maybe something he was familiar with was coming. No matter what, something should have come to this area of the void. If possible, he had to check it out as soon as possible. Chapter 1385. Bang! Boom! A familiar huge commotion, a familiar burst of energy, and a rumbling destructive energy that filled the entire starry sky. It had been a full day since the chaos period began. In the first 2 hours, all the living beings who had witnessed the entire starry sky were dumbfounded, motionless like puppets whose strings had been cut. 2 hours later, the entire starry sky was suddenly filled with battles. First, it was the golden and blue fleets that had gathered here, that poured endless energy towards them. Then, some of the people who were closer to this place gathered from not far away, and some colorful ships that had never been seen before appeared one after another. Yes, there were battles all over the starry skies, and they were basically centered around them. It was as if a huge vortex was sucking in everything nearby, and some fleets that were further away were even fighting each other as they approached. Whatever the reason, it seemed to revolve around the two of them. It was probably the godforsaken law of this negative world. The energy ring that swept across the starry skies just now reminded Yun Nuoshing of the blind hostility that was imposed on all life in the divine realm some time before he came to this era. Yes, it was very similar, but most of it was different. Instead of saying that the entire world was hostile towards him and Jing Yuanji, it was more like the entire negative world had gone mad. Then, when the energy waves swept across the starry skies, the two of them were recognized as the most powerful beings in this starry skies, and so the entire negative world tilted towards them. Still, what should go mad still went mad, and that probably explained why the fleets that had rushed over from millions of light years away were fighting each other. Those fleets had no sense of reason, and were merely urged to come over. As for what they came over for, of course, it was to continue fighting and going mad. In short, all the forces that had gone mad across the starry skies were very tacitly heading towards where Yun Nuoshing and the others were. Even across the galaxy, they could feel the great hostility from afar. To be honest, Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji could dominate this world in a matter of minutes. But now that everyone had gone mad, and there was no situation where they had to kill them, the two of them could not bring themselves to do it. So they could only steer the golden ship forward and go to the place they had agreed to go. Thanks to the weak energy level and divinity of this world, even if Tao Heaven had gone mad and was tied up and thrown on the ground, they could still make the big golden ship move. Although the speed was a little slow, at least they didn't become live targets in the starry sky. The ship also had an energy barrier, and there was no way it could be broken through in a short time. However, they had no idea how to solve this problem. Hiss, while Yun Nuoshing was thinking silently, Tao Heaven, who was tied up behind him, suddenly stood up and pounced on him. He was stunned for a moment, but he casually waved his hand and suppressed the crazy girl. The rope is broken again. Under the condition of not hurting her, that level of ceiling is already the limit. Jing Yuanji squatted down and pressed on Tao Heaven's body a few times. The power of space formed a rope that tied her up again. If she struggles too much, she will hurt herself. But if we only use this level of strength, the constant outbursts of distorted energy will break through the seal again and again. As expected, we still have to find a way to calm her down. There's no way. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. This is just a shell controlled by distorted energy. It has no soul and no consciousness. I can only make it stop forever, but I can't make it stop for a while. Speaking of which, how far is that damned place? We've been on the road for a whole day. Didn't you say that we could reach it in a few hours? Yun Nuoshing looked at the group of lunatics chasing after them. The Golden Fleet and the Blue Fleet had merged into one. There were also many huge ships, such as the familiar Red Fleet. There were millions of them, and the energy that bombarded them every second was enough to annihilate a galaxy. Fortunately, they were a small target, and not all of the energy fell on their barrier. Jing Yuanji looked at the blue light in the distance and couldn't help but shake her head. I'm just worried that she has a wrong impression during the chaotic period. According to what you said, Lord Feng, their consciousness is in the positive world. The situation there might be different from here. Sensory errors? Cognitive errors? Yun Nuoxing snorted and fell silent. That was a possibility, but no matter how wrong it was, as long as that place really existed, there was no problem. He quickly controlled the ship to speed up and turned into a shadow as they sped towards the invisible destination. Excluding the golden ship of the path of the heavens, the ships and life forms that appeared in his range of perception currently numbered in the thousands. Moreover, there were more and more life forms that were rushing towards them. He didn't know and didn't have the time to check if the entire starry sky had turned out in full force. He was just very annoyed that the situation had developed to such an inexplicable extent. This dilemma of whether to fight or not to fight made him so angry that his liver hurt. Oh, he was an energy life form. He didn't have a liver. At the end of the day, the reason why the two of them were being chased by a group of people was because they were worried that they would attract the attention of those damned things if they were to make a big commotion here. If they were to directly bring people to the world barrier and burst out with energy that exceeded the warning line of this world, they would be surrounded again. And this time, it would be very dangerous for them to be surrounded again. While Yun Nuoxing controlled the golden ship to cross the starry sky with limited effort, Jing Yuanji took the time to spread her soul across the entire world. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Lord Feng, all the life forms that can fight in this world have gathered here. They will reach us in less than half an hour. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He also took a look at the situation outside. A few seconds later, his pretty face turned the color of pig liver. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, he squatted down and lifted up the crazy and grimacing Tao Heaven. Dark red energy spread out from his hand and wrapped around her into a cocoon. Then, before Jing Yuanji could react, he reached out and grabbed her waist. Her pretty face turned red, and she cried out in surprise. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Boom! After losing the protection of the two's energy, the golden ship was instantly submerged by a sea of energy and turned into a huge white ball of light. The ball of energy didn't wreak havoc for long before it was forcibly broken through by a ship with a huge energy barrier. The lunatics chasing after them seemed to have some way of identifying their target. They didn't need to confirm that their target hadn't been destroyed in the energy torrent just now. After several close to dangerous energy outbursts, Yun Nuoxing directly teleported them to the place where the world barrier was. A bright blue light illuminated the star field behind them. When they turned around, a huge blue star suddenly lay there. This place near the edge of the starry sky was dead and desolate. It was probably the only sun left here. The surrounding starry sky was dim and dark. Only the distant starlight could fall here. Blue starlight. Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses. The so-called blue starlight was referring to this sun. It seems to have been moved here. Lord Feng, look ahead. Ignoring the fact that she was still in Lord Feng's arms, Jing Yuanji pointed ahead and hurriedly reminded him. Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at the destination in front of him. He was slightly stunned. It was a red vortex, a vortex that appeared on the world barrier. The transparent, egg-like thing lay in front of him. It was very close. The still red vortex hung there like a picture, without any movement. He didn't know if it was a mark left by Tao Heaven or if it existed there in the first place. He sensed the world barrier while he was at it. It just so happened that there was a fragile gap where the picture of the red vortex was. It was an extremely obvious gap. It was so obvious that as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to sense that there was a problem. The only thing missing was a sign saying, "Welcome." It's very obvious. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched slightly. Jing Yuanji also stiffened as she stared at the picture of the huge vortex. It's very deliberate, so deliberate that it makes people suspicious. But even if they know it might be a trap, they might not be able to resist. Yun Nuo planet was still silent. A rumble of destruction came from the distant starry sky, causing him to come back to his senses. He looked behind him. It was still very far away. They had still been here for a while, but it reminded him that standing here was useless. Moreover, he didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when they arrived here, the hostility in the starry sky seemed to have weakened a lot. For the time being, they tried to bring people across the world barrier, but it didn't work. The world barrier in front of them had really become a barrier. It was a thick and defensive barrier. It was no longer just a fragile membrane that separated the void from the outside world. If they wanted to get out of here, they had to destroy it in the most direct way. The energy needed to reach reciprocity just happens to be the highest level of energy allowed to appear in this world. It's really deliberate. Yun Nuoxing grinned, and the dark red energy in his hand gathered into a ball of energy. Jing Yuanji slipped out of his arms and stood to the side with the dark red energy cocoon in her arms. As soon as she stood firm, she felt a burst of energy whizzing out. Turning around, she saw a ball of energy the size of a head floating out of the former's hand. It floated over unhurriedly and even felt a little slow. After waiting patiently for 2 minutes, a ball of dark red energy suddenly bloomed in front of her eyes. The huge suction force caused the blue sun to be pulled into an oval shape, and then a crisp sound rang out. The red ball of energy suddenly expanded when the sound rang out. All the destructive energy was withdrawn, turning into a huge energy barrier that enveloped the region to prevent the space outside from flowing in. Yun Nuoxing was about to charge out with the others, but he suddenly felt another ripple spread through the entire world. He could not help but turn around with Jing Yuanji. The chaotic hostility in outer space suddenly vanished. They could sense that the destructive energy had suddenly vanished. Everything stopped. At the very least, everything stopped at that moment. There were no more energy ripples. The distorted energy that permeated the region of outer space vanished bit by bit like a receding tide. The life forms in the distance suddenly retreated from their state of madness. The Golden Fleet also vanished like melting snow. Yun Nuoxing saw this and opened the red energy cocoon. Tao Heaven landed in Jing Yuanji's hand. He was no longer in a state of madness, and he had even fallen asleep. After checking on Tao Heaven's condition, Jing Yuanji nodded at Yun Nuoxing before looking into the distance. The life forms that had just woken up from the chaos were all dumbfounded. After sensing that the terrible atmosphere in outer space had completely vanished, they were all surprised by how short the chaos had lasted. They looked around in confusion, and they were even at a loss as to what to do. The chaos has ended after the world barrier is broken? What kind of strange setting is this? Yun Nuoxing could not help but frown. The collective madness displayed by those people just now had frightened even a lunatic like him, but it had suddenly ended. He did not know what this meant. Jing Yuanji looked back at the crack in the world barrier. It had no intention of closing, and the void was also isolated outside the dark red barrier. She also frowned in confusion. She recalled the series of strange things she had discovered in this world and connected them all together. She seemed to have understood something. Just as she was about to tell Lord Feng, an ethereal voice suddenly reverberated in outer space, causing their expressions to change slightly. It has been confirmed that a breakthrough has appeared in world number 166. A gap has appeared in the world barrier. The breakthrough has left this world and entered the void. The suppression period has ended. From now on, it will be a gentle development. Yun Nuoxing's face narrowed. Dark red energy surged out from his body, enveloping Jing Yuanji in his domain. The two of them immediately became much fainter, vanishing into the void. Jing Yuanji leapt in fright. That voice was, it's probably one of their people. It sounds like a report. World 166 really is a place similar to an experiment. They've trapped the experimental subjects here like they're rearing insects. Do breakthroughs refer to experimental subjects that can break through to reciprocity? The barrier can only be broken through at reciprocity, which means only breakthroughs can leave this world. Jianchen muttered to himself. Through this simple sentence or two, coupled with the things that they had experienced during this period of time, Yun Nuoxing understood the cause and effect of this. It was not much different from what they had thought, but there was still a so-called breakthrough that they were not clear about. That voice rang out once, but it wasn't a flood of information. It wasn't a direct shout to the entire starry sky. It was more like a whisper that spread out in an ethereal manner. It wasn't necessarily audible. The only reason they could hear it was because they happened to be at this gap. After staring blankly in space for a few minutes, Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other. They could not help but frown. They had just solved a small problem, and now another big one had popped up. What were those people from the warped races doing with something like this? Cultivating reciprocity life forms? No, there was no need to make it so complicated. After all, the entire world was a successful experimental subject. Moreover, from what they had heard about world number 166, a conservative estimate of the number of experimental subjects was enough to fill all 166 worlds. This was the lower limit. The upper limit depended on how crazy those crazy people could be. Boom! The sound of energy erupting rang out again, startling the two of them. The group of people in the distance had begun fighting again, and this time they had descended into an unprecedentedly chaotic battle. However, they did not show any signs of madness this time. It was just a group of people who had come to their senses and discovered that an enemy had appeared beside them. They excitedly threw bricks at each other's faces. Yun Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji looked at each other. They could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed like even if that so-called breakthrough had appeared and ended the period of chaos, those people would still fight. Even if there was no period of chaos, there would still be grievances between the various organizations. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoxing did not dwell on this for too long. He waved his hand and shot out of the world barrier first. He had something to confirm, which was why he had come here. He did not have the feeling of energy being converted on a normal world barrier. Instead, he felt as if he had floated up from the sea. As he felt a sense of weightlessness, his eyes caught sight of a new scene. It was a pitch-black, boundless void. Yun Nuoxing first looked at the unconscious Tao heaven before looking around. He saw 10 or 20 world orbs of light, which was quite different from what he had expected. He had thought that he would see a large pile, but there were hundreds of world orbs of light piled up here. Thinking back to the feeling of the illusion, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. Dark red energy continued to envelop the three of them, taking Jing Yuanji in a certain direction. She should be able to stop worrying now, Jing Yuanji suddenly said. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head, and only reacted after a few seconds of being stunned. Ah, that's right. This void isn't a barren region. Well, it's not that beautiful, but at least there's something that can support their beliefs. Moreover, this is an experimental zone created by the twisted race after all. It's impossible for them not to have thought of this. They probably want these modified reciprocity life forms to do something, not to gather reciprocity lunatics who have collapsed. Jing Yuanji nodded. Sir Feng, what are you looking for? A day or two ago, when I was still in that world, I felt a familiar presence appear in this void. I think someone might have found me, so I'm going to take a look. Although it's been a while, they definitely wouldn't have stayed in the same place. I want to try and see if I can find any traces left behind. If I know that someone has come to help, the following matters will be easier. Bang! Yun Nuoshing was only focused on flying forward and didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Suddenly, he crashed into something, causing him to be stunned. He even bounced back a certain distance because he was flying a little too fast. Jing Yuanji cried out in surprise and hurriedly flew back, freeing up a hand to support Sir Feng. Seeing that his forehead was red and tears were coming out from his eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Sir Feng, are you all right? Yun Nuoshing rubbed his forehead with an aggrieved expression. He walked to the place where he had just been sent flying. Suddenly, he kicked out. The edge of this void area suddenly splashed with a huge ripple. A huge spherical edge appeared in his line of sight. It was a complete sealed area. Who was so bored to seal this area? Oh, it's those bastards. Yun Nuoshing grinned. This place was a testing ground. If it wasn't sealed, what would they do if they ran out? Jing Yuanji reached out and touched the spherical seal. After a moment, she shook her head at Sir Feng. No, Sir Feng, this void and this seal are connected. If we forcefully destroy it, this area will sink into the void and be annihilated together. TCH, it's just a layer of seal. Don't destroy it. Just open a hole. I have plenty of ways. Yun Nuoshing curled his lips in disdain and looked around. This was probably the place. A familiar presence appeared at this edge a day or two ago. He was about to search to see if there were any traces left behind when Jing Yuanji cried out again. Sir Feng, come here and have a look. Yun Nuoshing quickly went over. He stretched out his slender finger and pointed at the spherical seal. In front of him was a pitch-black void. In the darkness, something was faintly discernible. It was very dim, but it was definitely there. He narrowed his eyes. That purple-black mark, no matter how he looked at it, it looked a bit like the mark caused by the Netherworld Ruins sword. Ah! Yun Nuoshing suddenly screamed. His face turned pale. He grabbed Jing Yuanji's shoulder and said, My 2 girls ran over here. This mark was left behind by the energy I left for them to protect themselves. Jing Yuanji was stunned. She quickly recalled, and then thought of Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. Her pretty face also turned pale. Seeing his anxious look, she thought for a moment and quickly said, Sir Feng, don't worry. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang can't find this place by themselves. There is a strong energy disturbance in this void. They may have followed I Ching here. And Jing Yuanji turned her head and couldn't help but mutter, Most likely they snuck here. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. Why didn't they learn from him? Why did they learn to sneak away? Cough, cough. He quickly shook his head to get rid of those terrible thoughts. He turned to look at the more than 20 world light balls behind him and said, Well, here's the problem. Where did they go? Chapter 1386. It was true that Yun Nuoshing's ability to sneak away was unparalleled. Every time he did it, people around him would go crazy and want to pin him on the ground and give him a good beating. However, they couldn't beat him in a fight, so they could only teach him with words. Among all his skills, this was the only one that drove many people crazy. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. The people around him had also learned to sneak away. Little Purple Soul was one of them. However, he felt that the little girl had the talent of appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was just that her talent was amplified when she was around him. Now, even Siyu and Feng Qinghuang knew how to sneak away. No, he hadn't sneaked away since he came to this era, right? All right, then he wouldn't be blamed for this. The two little girls had the talent to sneak away. Most likely, it was Siyu who led them, and Feng Qinghuang was the one who was brought along. There were a total of 27 world light clusters in this sealed void region. There were 4 or 5 world light clusters near the traces. However, this time, Yun Nuwa planet could not find any traces of them. There was no way to deduce, and there was no way to use the divine, right, to spy on them. It was probably because this void region had a powerful shielding effect. Perhaps it was also because they were protected by some kind of energy. In short, he only found traces of them coming in, but he couldn't find where they went. This void was very quiet. Ever since the time axis resonated, he had never seen such a quiet void. There were only traces of the 3 of them wandering here. After the voice reported that world number 166 has been unsealed, there was no other movement. He thought that something would appear in this void because of this, such as a place to guide the breakthrough to a higher level, or something. After wandering around this void for a while, Yun Nuoshing and Jing Yuanji saw that Dao Heaven was about to wake up, so they decided to go back to that world first. When they entered that world, they were surprised to find that the various forces that were fighting in full swing had stopped. They all went back to their own homes. Perhaps the sudden end of the chaotic period made them feel a little lost, so they needed to calm down. Not long after they returned to this world, Xing He, the handsome middle-aged ruffian, greeted them. It was said that their monarch wanted to see them. When he spoke, his tone was a little strange. Yun Nuoshing could imagine that the handsome ruffian said those words with a funny and confused expression as he played with his half-white hair. Yun Nuoshing had long been mentally prepared for this. Before the beginning of the chaos period, he used such a calm tone to say those words that seemed to dominate everything. Then, this chaos period really only lasted for a short day before it ended. Such a strange situation that could not be any stranger would not be able to stand it. He had also prepared his lines long ago. It was not difficult to explain the terrible things in this world. The difficult part was how to make them accept that they were no longer the people they knew in the past. Well, just say it directly. They have to accept reality eventually. Besides, they might not even have their memories of the past, and they might not be able to wake up. Just treat it as a fantasy story. What they have to grasp is the present when they have real memories. Yun Nuoshing responded to Jing Yuanji's worried question in a very irresponsible tone. Little Angel expressed that a certain someone liked to shatter other people's solidified worldviews into pieces, and then watch them busy cleaning up their shattered worldviews with a look of watching a show. Before they were done cleaning up, he would continue to say shocking words, making them shatter again, and keep on shattering. Jing Yuanji believed him. After all, when she saw him walking briskly, she felt that her Lord Feng was up to no good. However, out of respect and admiration for her Lord Feng, she ignored those things. He brought Jing Yuanji and the unconscious Dao Tian, who was about to wake up, back to planet Pyrolite. From a distance, he could see that planet Pyrolite and its 3 moons were in a hurry. There were still traces of the chaos that had just ended. People were repairing ships, and people were busy with other things. On the surface of planet Pyrolite, the combatants were all gone. They were probably left on the 3 moons. They went to the metal box-like building. As soon as they arrived, they pushed open the door as if they were old friends. Then they saw Long Yi and Xing He sitting opposite each other. The two of them were staring at each other blankly. When they saw them come in, they quickly stood up. Lord Yun, this is... The two of them, who were excited just now, were stunned when they saw him come back with a woman with long platinum hair. Yun Nuoxing coughed softly and said, "Ahem, don't mind her. Well, I know you have a lot of questions. It's a long story, but it's not particularly long. Before we talk about those trivial matters, let me ask you a very serious question." Long Yi and Xing He were stunned, then nodded. Yun Nuoxing then said, "How old are you this year?" The two of them were stunned. Jing Yuanji, who had just found a place to put Dao Tian down, slipped and almost fell to the ground. Long Yi hesitated for a while. He counted with his fingers for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't really remember. I've lived for a long time." "Oh, you've lived for a long time and don't remember? Or have your memories become blurry?" Yun Nuoxing stared at him and said with a faint smile. She pulled a chair and sat down in front of the table. She crossed her hands and put them in front of her nose with an unfathomable expression. "How did you know?" Both Long Yi and Xing He were stunned. They looked at each other and carefully sealed off the sound in the room. Long Yi then said, "To be honest, we don't have any memories to speak of. When I gained consciousness, I was already like this. At that time, planet Pyrolite didn't exist. I was drifting alone in the starry sky, like a fallen leaf that couldn't find a home. I didn't know where to go. Occasionally, I would have hallucinations and wonder if I was really alive because the missing part of my memories, until the time I was a high-level heavenly god, all my memories disappeared. This feeling was too illusory." Yun Nuoxing pondered and nodded. She looked at Xing He again. After getting a similar answer from this handsome middle-aged man, she said, "Well, we have already guessed this. We just wanted to get a clearer answer from you. In addition to what happened just now, I can tell you a lot of things without any scruples. Things about this world, the beginning of this world, the origin of life in this world, and many more things. As for the masterminds behind the scenes, he just used one sentence for the time being. No matter how clear he explained it, it was useless now. He didn't expect them to be able to fight against those guys from the twisted races. In short, he told them the whole story as simply as possible. During the process, Long Yi and Xing He's expressions were like the unreliable summer sky, sometimes bright and sometimes gloomy. Occasionally, there would be sudden snow. In the end, they looked like they were dizzy, and in the end, they slowly became numb. He had tried his best to explain it as simply as possible. It wasn't difficult for two beings in the celestial realm to understand things at this level. Even if they didn't understand the void at this moment, it wasn't difficult for them to understand. So after everything was said, they thought about it for about 10 minutes. Then those funny and twisted expressions disappeared. Wenyin Nuoxing took a sip of water and shrugged to show that she was done. Long Yi nodded thoughtfully and looked up at Xing He. "Well, what am I dreaming?" Yun Nuoxing, it's just a joke. Don't get so worked up." Long Yi waved his hand to calm Yun Nuoxing, who almost jumped up. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. All right. Those things really scared me. Although I don't fully understand many things, I understand the whole story from the beginning to the end. It just feels a little unbelievable. Our existence, the place where we are all under the control of someone's plan. It's almost illusory, but even so, it's still reality. Well, there's no need to think about those things so complicated. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and sat up straight. Then she said in a slightly serious tone, we have already understood a little before the beginning of the period of chaos. Now, we are just connecting everything together. In short, the birth of this world is man-made. It has always been under the purposeful planning of some people. But not long ago, because I opened a hole in the world barrier, they determined that this world has given birth to enough life. So, the monitoring of this world has disappeared. Or maybe they are not so concerned anymore. We are not very clear about the specifics, but that's the general idea. Yinjun, what is the outside world like? I mean the world outside this void, such as the world you are in. Xingyi could not help but ask. Remove the period of chaos and period of calm of this world, and it will be what you imagine our world to be like. The only thing left is the difference in energy intensity between the worlds. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. A world that follows the rules of the world, but is not completely limited and controlled. Long Yi leaned back on the chair and smiled. I really want to go and take a look. Xingyi scratched his head and pulled out a handful of white hair. It feels a little unreal. The feeling of unreality comes from your own perception. For us, even if this world is distorted and controlled by humans, it is still a real existence. It is just that too many unnecessary and distorted purposes have been put on it. Yun Nuoxing blinked. No matter what this world is like, it is the reality that you have experienced. As for the outside world, because you have no way to come in contact with more, that is why you feel unreal. You will be able to accept it when you see it one day. After briefly talking about this topic, the platinum-haired girl suddenly jumped up and stared at Yun Nuoxing with a mischievous smile. Phew, finally done. Big brother, you have a lot of secrets. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and looked faintly at the girl with strange pupils who was lying on the bench. I thought you were going to keep pretending. Hee, how would I dare to interrupt Big Brother? The girl with strange pupils grinned and sat up. After a moment, she showed a thoughtful expression. But the things in this world, you ran out while I was unconscious, right? Why didn't you wait for me? Why didn't you wake me up? Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Wake you up so that you can bite me? When the chaos period came, you were like a madman. You opened your mouth and bit me whenever you saw me. Everyone. Dao Tian turned his head and pretended to be calm as he looked out the window. Well, that's about it. You can figure out the rest by yourselves. You don't have to think too much about my life or this body. Living is living. Although you've become a strange life form, you don't have memories from that long ago, so it's not important whether you know about it or not. Just treat this moment as reality and live on. We'll deal with the rest later. Yun Nuoxing drank a cup of tea. His expression changed, and he quickly spat out the tea in his mouth. The tea didn't taste like this when I came here last time. Xingyi laughed dryly. Last time, you drank ordinary tea. This time, it's very precious tea collected from a planet tens of millions of light years away. For this pot of tea, several forces almost fought each other. Oh, Yinjun, you may not be used to it. Yun Nuoxing smacked his lips and decided not to delve into this matter. After all, he was an energy life form. Oh, no, he was a material life form now. Well, it didn't seem to be useful to care about this. Cough, cough. After drinking some ordinary water to moisten his throat, Yun Nuoxing stood up. He looked at them and said, That's it. Before we solve this problem, it's best that you don't come out. If you reach reciprocity, it might not be a problem for you to come out. I've already told you about the location of the gap. It's best that you don't tell anyone about what happened before. Well, you know how to weigh it. You're not children, you're all old fritters. After that, he waved his hand and gestured that he was about to leave. Long Yi and Xing, he both stood up and said, Yinjun, be careful along the way. We will think about those things before we decide whether to tell anyone. Also, thank you for your help. The feeling of being occupied by an inexplicable energy is very uncomfortable. Without that period of chaos, the world can be quieter. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and walked out with Jing Yuanji. Suddenly, he looked back at the stunned Dao Tian. What are you looking at? Let's go somewhere else. We don't have much time now. Huh. The girl with different pupils pointed at herself cutely. Can I go too? You're the only one in the entire path of the heavens, and you were right beside us when we opened the door. We took you out for a walk and didn't see any reaction. It's fine. Let's go. Yun Nuoshing yawned and said lazily. Dao Tian was stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, he rushed to the two with a smile on his face. He looked up at Yun Nuoshing and said with a smile, "Thank you for your guidance, big brother who lied to me." Can't you just remove the prefix? How did I lie to you? You're the one who admitted your mistake, okay? I don't care. You're lying to me. After watching the three of them walk out of the iron box, Long, Yi, and Xing, he breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and looked outside together. They couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was the outside world or the world here, they were all real. When they came back to their senses, compared to the things that were out of their reach, they felt that the things that they were busy with now were more real. Perhaps this was what Yun Jun meant. In the void, they approached the world-like clusters near the edge of the void. Yun Nuoshing told Dao Tian some things that she didn't say. However, the latter was busy looking around the void. He couldn't wait to put the void into his eyes. Oh, is this the void? It's dark. Are those the world-like clusters? Is that the world that I was in before? Why is it so small? I can see something inside. It's so small. It's gone. Hey, big brother, don't pull me. Let me take a look. Let me, she chattered like a little sparrow. Yun Nuoshing felt that her head was a little heavy. She had to hold the girl's head to calm her down a little. The principle of nearest, I think I Ching and the others might go to the nearest world, but they might change their minds halfway. Jing Yuanji pointed at the nearest world-like cluster and said. Yun Nuoshing stared at the world-like cluster for a few minutes. Just when she was about to rush over without thinking, she suddenly froze. Say, where did the previous breakthroughs go? They can't all be in this void, right? I don't feel the aura of origin, realm beings. Jing Yuanji was also stunned by this sudden question. She shook her head. They had only scratched the surface of the Twisted Race's plans. They didn't even know what they were planning to do or what their plans were. The only thing they knew was what they knew. They also knew that there were definitely many sealed void regions outside, and there were similar worlds inside. All right, big brother, if you want to know these things, you can just go to other worlds and take a look. Right now, we only have so little information, so there's no point in thinking too much, Dao Tian said as he tugged at his clothes and shook them a little. Instead, he tried to persuade him. Yun Nuoshing thought about it and felt that it was true. Compared to that, let's go down and take a look. I want to see what other worlds are like. I don't feel anything just listening to you. I want to see it with my own eyes. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Then the girl with different pupils pulled his arm and slapped it with all her might. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that this girl was actually driven by curiosity and didn't want to stay here, so she quickly interrupted his thoughts. It was indeed useless to think too much. Don't pull my clothes. Let's go now, let's go now. Seeing that his clothes had been pulled to the point where his shoulders were exposed, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly pulled his sleeve back. With a wave of his hand, he brought Jing Yuanji and Dao Tian down to the world cluster. The moment they came in contact with the barrier, the three of them flashed and turned into a transparent stream of air. They disappeared, Yun Nuashing did not stop during this process. You can't stop origin realm beings from coming out, but you can't stop other beings from coming in. All right, I won't say any more. Let's go. Chapter 1387. It was an unusually vast world with a huge continent. The main continent stood in the middle, seemingly still but floating slowly in the clear sky. There were many small islands scattered around the main continent, always maintaining a static distance from the main continent or circling it, drifting forward by a few meters or dozens of meters every year. Beneath the archipelago was an endless darkness. It looked like the void, but there were signs of some mysterious flow that was different from the void. Around them, it was as if they were thousands of miles high in the sky, with large clouds floating past. There was no luminous object similar to the sun above them, but bright light could be felt spilling down from the sky. It was an abnormal distortion. This world was in an environment with strange rules, but it still existed normally here. Such an unknown phenomenon of distortion had been studied countless times by those who called themselves scholars or those who gave their own titles, but no conclusion was reached after countless years. At least, the world existed peacefully without any unknown changes, and Yuanshir thought. He inadvertently looked down at the darkness that was peeking out from the gap between the archipelago, a solemn look flashing across his eyes. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and shrunk back from the edge of the iron ship. The spirit condensation continent and the hundreds of thousands of archipelagos around it were like stars surrounding the moon. The archipelagos were separated by the sky, and there was no convenient communication or transportation. Only the huge ships that soared through the sky, the huge flying demons that were professionally trained, or the more expensive teleportation circles maintained the connection between the islands. It was simple, safe, and fast, but a little expensive. Still, there was another way, and that was to fly over. It was worth noting that right below the archipelagos was a terrible place known as the Chaos Abyss. Just like the phenomenon of distortion, no one knew what that dark place was for, only that it claimed countless lives every year. Those who traveled between the archipelagos were very wary of that Chaos Abyss. It would occasionally spasm and cause birds in the sky to fall for no reason. Those who flew across the vast sky without any preparation would fall into that land of death if they were unlucky, which was why not many were used to flying across the sky between the archipelagos. And Yuanshir could not help but poke his head out from the iron ship to look at the Chaos Abyss. Even though he knew that the ship had safety precautions, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He was worried that he would fall into the Chaos Abyss along with the ship that ruled the sky. Others might find it laughable that he, a being in the celestial tier, was actually afraid of the journey in the sky. He was probably frightened by the scene back then, and that incident had left a psychological shadow. He never dared to fly across the sky between the archipelagos, even though he could cross the distance in less than a second with his power. He would rather take a ship that looked slower than fly over the archipelagos than fly over it himself. He even rarely left the main continent. As for why he was flying in the sky today, it was a complete accident, and Yuansheng clapped his hands to draw his attention away from the abyss of chaos below. He could not help but look behind him at the living quarters of the Iron Bird. Although he could not hear anything, he could see with his eyes that there was a group of people shouting and arguing over a piece of information or a theory. It was more like a quarrel than a debate. He went in and listened for a few minutes a few days ago. It sounded like hundreds of ducks quacking endlessly, and they all slipped out in less than 5 minutes. He felt that he might not have anything to do with the identity of a scholar, but that did not stop people from wanting to associate him with the scholars. The archipelagos around the spirit condensation continent, the abnormal sky and distortion, the recent changes, and the movement in the chaos abyss were all things that concerned the future of the spirit condensation continent and the world. Only a few people would seriously think about it. Most people relied on ancient and moldy books to understand what had happened in this world. He was the former. He was very interested in those things, but it was only a superficial interest. After all, he could not be a scholar running around because of the shadow, and he was not suitable to listen to the quarrel of the scholars. The iron ship carried the scholars who studied these things, and he was arranged to escort them because of his interest. A few days later, it was time to return to the spirit condensation continent. Clang! The sudden shaking brought an Yuan back to his senses. He looked down and saw the iron ship slowly decelerating. Some runes and formations that contained great power appeared on the silver and gold material of the ship. The wings of the gold-and-silver giant bird were slowly retracting. The energy output of the core gradually decreased, and the ship slowed down a lot. And Yuan noticed the movement and could not help but look up in front of him. They were about to pass by a floating island. When they passed by the archipelagos, they had to slow down and increase the ship's defense. Then they had to ascend as high as possible so that they would not disturb the life on the archipelagos and get beaten up. "Oh, we've arrived at Tyrant Emperor Island." A voice and footsteps came from behind and Yuansheng. He raised his head and saw a young man with a black blindfold over his eyes slowly walking over. The young man glanced at the island that was slowly moving away from him with interest. "We're not far from the main continent. Tyrant Emperor Island. Is the old overlord still alive?" And Yuan responded and asked, "Of course. The overlords of the archipelagos would not disappear so easily. They might even send us to our deaths." "Ha ha!" The blindfolded young man laughed and patted an Yuan's shoulder. "We grew up listening to the stories of the overlords of the archipelagos when we were young. Now that we have come to this point, those stories have not stopped. The main characters of those stories are still alive, lying dormant in the hundreds of thousands of archipelagos." And Yuan looked at his companion helplessly and turned his attention to Tyrant Emperor Island below. It was a huge floating island that was nearly 1,000,000 miles in length and width. This floating island had vast forests and large mountains. The tallest mountain was still above them. They would not ascend to that height and would take a detour around it. This scale was not very surprising among the hundreds of thousands of archipelagos. There were plenty of such islands around the spirit-gathering continent. However, and Yuan noticed something that was not quite normal. "Hey, look at that." Where? The blindfolded young man shook his head and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Around the left side of the floating island, which was the side of the iron bird they were on, they could see a huge empty space. It was dark and smoking, and many of the trees around it were broken. The ground around that area had sunk several meters, as if it was hit by a meteor. I haven't received any reports of debris falling from any of the islands recently. The blindfolded young man scratched his head and could not help but frown. "Did you feel it, buddy? There seems to be some residual energy in that crater. It's a little unfamiliar." "I felt it. It's quite powerful. Just the residual energy is making me uneasy." And Yuanqing nodded and could not help but take a deep breath. "It can't be from the chaos abyss. It can't be. That abyss has been quiet for more than 7,000 years. Buddy, it's hard to say. Strange things have been happening since a few days ago. The lords of the islands and the beasts are a little restless, and 2 energy rifts have popped out of the chaos abyss. Although nothing happened in the end, it's hard to say if something has affected them. Oh, speaking of which, don't you feel a little cold?" The blindfolded young man hugged his arms and shivered, and Yuanqing's expression changed. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and said, Increase the speed of ascension. Remember to hide your energy and convert all the energy used for attack into defense. Don't show any intention of attacking, and leave Tyrant Emperor Island as soon as possible. Buddy? And Yuansheng patted the blindfolded young man's shoulder and pointed to the left side of the island. There, a mountain suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of huge red eyes. Their size was probably smaller than the vertical slits in the eyes. It was a huge gorilla. It was lying in the forest and was disturbed by the guests. At this moment, it opened its eyes and looked at them, and Yuansheng and the blindfolded young man nodded at the overlord of Tyrant Emperor Island. The pair of red eyes noticed that they were just passing by and slowly closed. The two could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The blindfolded young man could not help but say, "It seems that something has happened that affected the lords of the islands. In the past, they would not wake up on their own until that time. Today, we were just passing by, and they noticed us. Tyrant Emperor Island." And Yuansheng was silent. The latest information on Tyrant Emperor Island seems to be that a fragment of unknown origin crashed into the island. Is it that crater? That's why the lords were awakened. Who knows? Buddy, look, there's something in the forest. The blindfolded young man suddenly exclaimed and pressed on Yuansheng's shoulder to make him turn his head. At this moment, the iron bird had ascended to a sufficient height and continued to fly forward. Looking at the crater from the front, they could see that there was a relatively secluded open space. It was very clean. After the forest was cleared, there was not even a crater left behind. There was also a strange-looking building. It looked like a strange tall house, and its front, back, and sides were a little short. The building in the middle was taller and had a sharp horn. There were many indecipherable runes engraved on the surrounding walls, but there was no aura of energy coming out of them. I didn't receive any information. When did such a strange building appear on the island? And Yuansheng pointed at the strange building and asked with a strange expression. The blindfolded young man called someone over to confirm the information for the past 10 days. Then he shook his head. I confirmed it. The intelligence department didn't receive any information either. There should only be the old lord and the magical beasts on Tyrant Emperor Island. This building, it flew away. Before they could take a closer look, the metal bird flew away as per Yuan's orders. After flying over a mountain range, the strange building disappeared behind them. The two of them felt a little disappointed. The blindfolded young man called for the person who had come earlier. Just record this in the report first. We'll talk about the rest later. We don't have time to confirm the situation on Tyrant Emperor Island right now, so we'll talk about it when the time comes. You're right. Let's go back to Spirit Gathering Continent first. I'm tired of flying around in the sky. And Yuansheng sighed and nodded. When the iron bird flew across the sky, the old ape Tyrant Emperor closed his eyes and waited for the group of humans to leave Tyrant Emperor Island. Then, a cave suddenly appeared on the side of the mountain where it opened its eyes. A small silver monkey ran out of the cave. It was only a foot tall, and it mumbled to the humans who left. Then it sprinted down the mountain and arrived in front of the strange building next to the impact crater. Looking at the strange building style, the little monkey revealed a strange expression. It swore that it had never seen such a style of building on Spirit Gathering Continent. None of the human buildings looked like this. Those stupid humans also paid attention when they flew past. Obviously, they had never seen such a strange building. However, 3 days ago, this building appeared in front of its eyes in half a minute. Its eyes almost popped out of its sockets. Oh, right. There was a group of strange humans living inside. However, Only one of them looked human. The others only looked human on the outside. Their aura was completely different from any humans it had seen before. It even suspected that something had emerged from the chaos abyss to invade this world. However, it quickly dispelled its suspicions. Those people didn't have the aura of chaos. The little monkey looked at the entrance of the building for a while and found a window to enter. Today, there were only a few people in the building. The others often flew outside. Some of them would come back regularly. Some of them went out and didn't come back. However, the little monkey eavesdropped on their conversation. Those people seemed to have stayed in other parts of the archipelago and were talking nonsense. Occasionally, they would mention words like message, celestial realm, and Lord. The frequency of repetition was quite high. They were probably collecting information. The little monkey didn't understand the affairs of the humans very well. If they didn't suddenly appear here, blow up a crater on its island, and build a house, it wouldn't bother to find out about the trivial matters of the humans. However, since they appeared here, it had no choice but to come and take a look. Ah, Mr. Tyrant Emperor, you sneaked in again. A voice suddenly came from behind, causing the little monkey to tremble. It was so shocked that its fur was about to stand up. It quickly turned around and saw the person who looked the most like a human, the girl in white clothes, coming out from behind. When she saw it, she stretched out her hand and grabbed the back of its neck without any hesitation. Then, that pair of demonic hands pressed down on its head and smoothed its fur with all her might. The little monkey felt that its head was about to go bald because of this little girl's snores. However, it couldn't defeat the person beside her, nor could it struggle. Oh, it wouldn't admit that this little girl's smoothing of its fur was very comfortable. The little monkey was shocked and struggled to escape from this gentle hanging. However, as usual, it struggled for a minute before it was defeated by the little girl's unbridled attacks. It couldn't help but smile bitterly. No matter what, it was the overlord of this Tyrant Emperor Island. It had dominated this island for countless years. It was said that there were stories of it being used to stop children from crying at night. How did it end up in the hands of this little human girl who seemed a little different? It seemed like it had become a pet. Are you here to look for Brother I Ching and the others? They are not here right now. The girl in white placed the little monkey on her shoulder and brought it into the hall. There was only one girl in a bright red dress in the hall. However, the little monkey knew that compared to the unbelievably powerful people beside them, it was more afraid of the girl in red. It could feel an irresistible heavenly aura from her. It was as if one word from her would make it submit to her, especially that pair of crimson pink eyes. Sometimes it couldn't tell if it was afraid of her or if it was in awe of her. Anyway, it shouldn't be wrong to stay away from her. Feng Qinghuang noticed that someone had walked in. She turned her head and saw Siyu walking in with the overlord of this island. Her crimson pink eyes glanced at the little monkey. The little monkey felt goosebumps all over its body and wanted to jump out. However, Siyu pressed it down and said, "You are scaring Mr. Tyrant Emperor again." Feng Qinghuang was stunned for a moment. She shook her head helplessly and said, "I just glanced at it. No matter what, it is a Tyrant Emperor, an Empyrean god. Why would I be scared?" After a few casual words, Siyu placed the little monkey on the table. Then she laid down on the sofa lazily and flipped through the crystal ball on the table. She looked at all the information that I Ching and the others had gathered in this world. Hey, this is so boring. Do you think little Star is in this world? Feng Qinghuang closed the book in her hand and shook her head. I don't think so. If he is here, he will sense our presence and come here immediately. I said the same thing a few days ago. Could it be that little star is busy? There is no response from soul communication. The shield is still there. If we are in the same world, we can contact Brother Qing and the others. There is no reason why we can't contact Little Star. Feng Qinghuang sighed and shook her head. Then we came here for nothing. Siyu grimaced and looked depressed. It's fine that we are here, but we can't teleport out of this world. Brother I Ching and Brother Qing are running around the edge of this world every day. I miss Little Star so much. The little monkey sat on the table and listened to the conversation between the two girls. It scratched its head in confusion. These days, it had been hearing two names, and they seemed to be referring to the same person. The person that was called Lord Feng by those scary people, and the person that was called Little Star by the two girls. It subconsciously imagined that this person had 3 heads and 6 arms and was extremely strong. According to the human form, this person should be a burly man. That's right, a burly man with 3 heads and 6 arms who was extremely strong. Just as it was imagining dozens of versions of the burly man's appearance, its 2 huge ears suddenly caught something, and all the hair on its body stood up. It was the sound of something rapidly cutting through the air and falling from the sky. It had heard it once a few days ago. Later, it smashed a big hole in front of its house, and even built a building. After hearing the familiar voice, Little Monkey screamed and ran out of the building. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang also ran out of the building. When the 2 of them and the monkey ran out, they saw a huge dark red energy ball falling from the sky like a meteor. It mercilessly smashed into the big hole that was created a few days ago and hadn't been filled up yet. Boom! An earth-shattering sound shook the entire Hegemon Emperor Island. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang didn't have time to stand still and ran over. The little monkey screamed and wanted to stop the 2 girls who were excited for some reason. However, they had already run out. It could only scream and follow them. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were, of course, excited. That dark red energy, that familiar energy, they immediately knew who it was. They didn't care about the shaking of the Hegemon Emperor Island and released their energy to blow away the dust. When they arrived at the place where they landed a few days ago, what appeared in front of them was a huge hole that was even more damaged. The ground around the hole had sunk into an inverted cone shape. In the center of the hole was a cloud of high-energy smoke. 3 sets of footsteps were heard from the smoke. It's still a strange world. Look at the rules. Look at the order. Look at the distortion. Don't hit me. I'm just analyzing it. So this is another world. It doesn't feel different. Other than the strange feeling caused by the different rules that Big Brother said. Nothing else. Master Feng, the world barrier has closed. It seems like it's the same as the other world. We can't leave using normal methods. There is a huge distortion below us. I think we should go and check it out. It might be related to the way out. 3 voices were heard. 2 were familiar and 1 was unfamiliar. They were all female voices. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were stunned. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Yin Nuoxing raised his head. Only then did he feel that someone was staring at him. He glanced at the edge of the impact crater a few times. When he saw the familiar surprised and dazed expressions of the 2 girls, he could not help but raise his hand. "Oh, I'm here." Everyone covered their faces speechlessly.